Hello, this is the fourth part of An Untraveled Road by Neon Sangetsu. Link will be in the description. All author's notes have been removed between chapters. Also, any explicit NSFW scene will be removed. This part will cover chapter 16 to 23. Chapter 16. Heed my words. Practice them. Let them hear you roar. Tilda. Winds of change. I think this is the end for us, Kurama. Well, it's been a pleasure. Nice knowing you, kid. Naruto Uzumaki had finally met his match. It seemed impossible, but here at last he found himself in great and terrible peril. This would be the greatest battle he had ever fought, and for the life of him, he wasn't sure he would survive it. His head ached and his arms were cramped, his back stooped with great and terrible pain. Any moment now he would fall and never rise again. Truly, paperwork was the bane of every man. He was no exception. No matter how many forms he fought his way through, there always seemed to be more. He couldn't read them fast enough, couldn't sign or stamp them all away before a clerk brought more. Even now he felt a migraine coming on as he considered the monumental task before him. It had begun in the back of his head, and now it burned in his temples like a physical thing, pounding in his skull with every beat of his heart. He'd been at it since morning, and now it was nearing afternoon, with still no end in sight. Why did I let you rope me into this again? Bloodshot blue eyes looked up from the mountain of papers on his desk. I'd like you to remind me. Come now! Nicholas gave him a hearty slap on the back. You always knew you'd have to learn this sooner or later. Better now than before you deal with the board. Later sounds good. Naruto flung up his arms, scattering the documents with a great wind. How do you even keep track of all these finances? Really? All this math was making his head spin. The 3Ds, my boy. Much to his chagrin, the elder Schnee chortled a little, plonked down in a chair and raised his glass in salute. Dedication, determination, and drink. Lots of the latter. A pale brow arched. Should that lat one really count? Oh, hush. Let an old man enjoy his retirement. You're not retired yet. But I will be someday. As he looked on, Nicholas conjured a glyph and used it to sweep the fallen papers back onto his desk. Best you understand this while you still can. Merry blue eyes twinkled at him. You won't have the time with a child running about, clones or no. You sure about that one? His brow turned stormy. I can be very creative with them. No, no, no. A hand came down on his before he could cross his fingers. You can't do that yet. You need to know this company inside and out before you trust something like this to a mere copy. Kurama groaned. In that case, wake me when the torture sessions is over. Oi, don't you leave me with this. Mercifully, the door creaked open, cutting them short. Willow's head poked around the corner. I'm not interrupting, am I? No. Naruto jolted upright, eager to escape. Yes. Nicholas sighed, only to backpedal at her expression. I mean, my dear, you look positively radiant. Daddy, no. Willow's pale visage turned a rose-red shade of pink as she slipped inside. It's only been a week. Nothing's changed. Not really. Naruto wondered about that. Outwardly, Willow didn't show any real signs of being pregnant. Not yet. But when he looked at her with his sixth sense, there was undoubtedly something. There. A tiny golden spark nestled in her belly. Tiny for now, but still present all the same. It grew a little more every day. And in 9 months' time, he couldn't help but preen a little. We did that. Feels good. Yet on the same level, he worried. They'd gotten lucky with Cinder and Sienna, in that they'd skipped the diapers and bawling phase entirely. No such luck this time. He had no idea how to raise an infant. Surely it couldn't be that hard. He'd stared down gods and monsters, corralled 2 wild children on a daily basis. Looking after a newborn wouldn't be that hard, right? Are you sure you're all right being up and about? His words earned him a sour look. I'm not made of glass, dear. Uh-oh. Reverse course. Not saying you are, he amended with a rueful smile, hands rising in a placating motion. Just being careful. Careful you don't see yourself out of my bed. She huffed, but the words lacked rancor as she planted herself in his lap. I'm going to be active for as long as I can before I get too heavy. She looked past him, eyeing the paperwork. I could help you with this if you like, she chimed in. If you're going to run the SDC, and run it well, you need to know this. Her hand came down over his. You've already made good strides. Here, show me what you're having difficulty with. Well, the wages for one, he muttered, offering her a sheaf of paper. Shouldn't we be paying people, I don't know, more? Have they? Her eyes sharpened. We'll need to have a word with the board about that. Still no date for the wedding? Nicholas coughed. Asking for a friend? Willow all but leaped out of his lap. Daddy, no! Daddy, yes! I want to walk you down the aisle while I still have some life left in these old bones. Kurama chortled softly as father and daughter began to bicker. You know, she's going to be something special. That was a short nap, wait, she? Naruto perked up, turning his attention inward. How do you know it's a girl? Could be a boy. We Biju have our ways. His partner planted both paws beneath his chin, unable to conceal a toothy grin. The child of a Jinchuriki and a maiden. She'll be a fighter for sure. You picked out a name for her yet? A rare hint of colour hit whiskered cheeks. We did, if it's a girl. And it will be. Then we're going with Winter. He finished. Just seems right, I guess. Weiss sounds about right for another girl. Maybe Whitley for a boy. His marked hand trembled and the voices came to him again. Winter. Warrior. First of many. Stop that. He growled and shook it until the tremors ceased. Get out of my head. His fingers curled into a fist as he glowered at them. It served as a reminder. His mark hadn't played up as much in recent months, but it was still present. Still, Winter. Even thinking her name aloud made her sound more real somehow. Really, it made him shiver, and not necessarily in a good way. Would she be safe? Would she be all right? Healthy? Happy? He could only hope for the best and prepare for the worst. And speaking of preparation, come to think of it, didn't Thomas have his kid by now? Oh, you mean that shopkeeper you and Cinder bumbled into a while back? Probably. Why? Naruto spared a small smile for the surly shopkeeper. They hadn't spoken for some time now. Maybe a visit was in order. Thomas Hill had done the two of them a good deed that day, and he was determined to pay it back 100-fold. Little Robin Hill would want for nothing. He'd see to it himself. And besides, Winter would surely need a friend. His scroll rang, startling him. Naruto jumped and snatched it off his belt. A brief glance at the caller ID concerned him more than it should. Blue eyes narrowed as he thumbed the device on and accepted the call. Curly? His frown deepened when he heard the voice on the other end. Is something wrong? Wait, slow down. 0.0. 0.0. Life was remarkable. If there were 3 words, 3 sequences of syllables with which Alma Watts could summarize the entirety of her newfound existence, it would be those. Not sensational, but remarkable. Or perhaps eureka. Father was rather fond of that word. Yes, all things considered, she found her new quarters to be most satisfactory. Because she had a room now! It was certainly an upgrade from the pod in which she'd spent most of her life. She was allowed to live in this great big place, the Schnee Manor, with Uncle Naruto and Aunt Willow while Father prepared to reveal her to the world. He could take as long as he liked for all she cared. Every single day was better than the last. She got to taste all sorts of good food, wear pretty red dresses, and sleep in this great big fluffy bed. Her cousins were nice too. Big Sis was full of important life lessons and Sienna was always willing to help her train. Thanks to them, she could see and experience so very many things. Grinning to herself, the pale girl flipped onto her bed, wriggled around onto her back and grinned up at the ceiling. Her ceiling? Auntie had called this a guest room, but really, it was big enough for at least 2. Life was good. No, this was good. She couldn't give this up. She didn't want to give it up. Not here, not now, perhaps not ever. A strange feeling tugged at her chest as she gazed over long at the ceiling. She'd heard a noise from the garden just now. Perhaps someone was down there. Alma hopped upright. Loneliness was not remarkable. Perhaps she ought to see what her cousin was doing. 0.0. 0.0. Cinder dreamed of a world forged from fire and blades. No, perhaps that wasn't quite right. She saw a world of ash and glass, to be sure, but within that glass she saw swords. Endless tools of destruction made of black glass and metal alike. She saw them when she closed her eyes. Saw it even now as she mediated in the garden, so close to understanding the true depths of her power. Countless swords forged from heat and fire and embers, just like her semblance. A bead of sweat ran down her brow as she fought to marshal her focus and maintain her meditation, but it was elusive. Thoughts slipped through her fingers like water, turning to vacuous steam when she tried to grasp them. Her brow furrowed as she grit her teeth. Sparks snarled through the air, bits of ashes rising from the ground around her. Sister. She was going to be a big sister. The thought brought anticipation to be sure, but also fear. Cinder told herself it shouldn't matter. It didn't matter. She was first. But anxiety clung to her like a petulant child, refusing to leave a go of her. What would they be like? Fear began to meld with curiosity, slowly forming a nebulous emotion she couldn't comprehend, much less understand. With a supreme effort of will, she turned back to her mediation. Once she would have thought her gift a mere tool for death and destruction, but she knew better now. One semblance was their soul. It evolved with its owner. What once might have been a crude weapon capable only of death had been refined by practice and meditation. Her understanding of her very self had evolved long ago. It was only natural that her semblance with it. Hers was fire and life, equal parts creation and destruction, an all too familiar cycle. With it she could forge what she saw with her aura, make and mould that which she wished from her flames. She turned her mind's eye upon the swords again, looking down upon them as one might from a great height. One such weapon called to her among the hill of swords. It shone brighter than the rest, red hot in her mind's eye. There was someone standing there at the top beside, a woman in black. Her left arm was pure shadow, so close, as if she could reach out and touch her. Cousin? Her concentration fractured, and the metal world she'd conjured for herself fell to pieces. Cinder stifled a shout and quelled her temper. Amber eyes fluttered open with a put-upon sigh. What is it, Alma? She found wild golden eyes staring back at her, framed by dark hair and ashen skin. What you doing? Possibly contemplating murder? She snarked inwardly. Nothing serious. Don't mind me. Practicing, Cinder said instead as uncrossed both legs beneath her and rose from her crouch. I was, she hesitated, considered telling a lie, then thought better of it. Training my semblance. Why? Guileless eyes blinked up at her. Wasn't it obvious? Because I need to become stronger. You cannot protect anyone without strength. Oh, the younger girl. Android? Cyborg? What was she really? Tilted her head just so, dark hair falling over a honeyed iris. Is it working then? Cinder paused and considered her left hand. It was, she decided. Her strength was improving, if not necessarily her focus. From there, she looked down, taking a moment to survey her handiwork. Fragments of steel and ash littered the garden, the beginnings of something grand. This was all she could conjure, for now. Too much and her aura would break, leaving her defenseless. She needed more strength, more aura. Another source of power, perhaps. But she had the foundations down. Yes, she hummed. I'm getting there. Alma tugged at her sleeve, and reluctantly Cinder looked back to her. Alma Watts was not of her blood, she never would be, but she found the child entertaining. She'd insisted on calling father her uncle, which she supposed did make the two of them cousins in a roundabout way. A month or so into her stay in the manor, and she had been nothing short of pleasant, ever asking all sorts of questions. Cinder couldn't find it in herself to hate the little thing, even if there was a tiny resemblance there. She was, all things considered, quite real, almost frightfully so. Her company gave her a feel for having a younger sibling. A test run, if you will. Such experience would prove invaluable in the months to come. Walk with me, she instructed. McKay! The hybrid fell into step with her. Where are we going? To find Sienna. A small smile tugged at the corner of her mouth as they threaded their way around a hedge. If you're going to pester me about my semblance, then you can bother her too. I wish I had a semblance. The slim shoulders of her cousin slumped a little. Everyone holds them in such high regard. Of course they do. Cinder kept walking. They're a part of our souls. Each and every semblance is unique. Alma considered her feet for a moment, hands linked behind her back. Do you think I have a soul? Cinder whirled and the child's pale head with 2 fingers. It wasn't much. Just a tap. Arthur's creation flinched. Aura sparked. Alma's hands flew to her forehead. Ow! What was that for? Does that answer your question? She rolled her eyes when Alma's lips trembled and knelt before her. Yes, you silly girl. She massaged her forehead. You have a soul. Her fingers stroked the faint welt, smoothing it out once more. Your aura is proof enough of that, as is your chakra. A bare foot scuffed the ground. I still don't know how to use it. You will. On a whim, she tucked the smaller girl into her chest and held her close. He'll teach you. Promise? Her voice muffled itself against her before she looked up. Truly, the hope in her eyes was almost painful to behold. Alma was being that should not exist, a byproduct of science and sorcery alike. Were it not for Watts and his wiles, she wouldn't be here. She told herself she wasn't jealous. So what if this whelp knew of chakra? What of it? What did it matter that she might one day have great power? Nope, she wasn't jealous. Not at all. Not even a tad. All right, maybe a little. And I'm not little. The strange child stamped a foot. I'm a big girl. You'll see. Cinder patted her head. Maybe someday you will be. Come along now. Alma took her hand and let her lead her on. Yes, Cinder decided. The world was certainly changing. For better or worse, who could say? But she would not starve. None of them would. 0.0. Thanks for agreeing to meet with us on such short notice. It's fine, Carly. Naruto smiled a little as he pulled up a chair at the table for her and Willow alike. Though I still don't see what all the fuss is about. Why did you want to see us? You mentioned an attack. I'm afraid it's a bit more complicated than that. Gira sat gingerly, favoring his right side as he did. But we'll come to that later. One couldn't help but notice the cast encasing the man's left arm. Regardless, his smile was nothing if not warm. It's a pleasure to finally meet you face to face. Kaylee has spoken most highly of you. Only good things, I hope. He clapped him on his uninjured shoulder before taking a seat of his own. Carly flushed and coughed into a fist. Right, good things. Hey! Ahem. Doesn't this bring back memories? Rather than face his ire, she deflected and cast a glance at their surroundings. It wasn't so long that we met in a room just like this. Golden Eyes considered the room. Brings back memories, wouldn't you agree? I wouldn't know. Gira granted her a bland look. I wasn't here at the time, remember? Willow stifled a smile behind her palm. That was a year ago, Kaylee. It's been longer than you think. Has it? Fauna's ears twitched atop her head as she touched a hand to one cheek. My, how times flies. Another grunt from Gira. Willow nudged her aside. Trouble in paradise. The high leader of the White Fang frowned. Not as such. He's too focused on work these days. Kaylee whispered back, none too subtly. I'm just about ready to tie him to the bed. See if that does anything. She huffed a little when her prospective husband didn't waver. Maybe then he'll get the hint. Said hint sailed right over his head. How would tying me to the bed help? Willow offered an unladylike snort. Kaylee made frustrated Kaylee noises. Naruto bit his hand to stifle a laugh. I thought I was bad. Or you could... Willow leaned in and whispered something in Kaylee's ear. Naruto tried to close his ears against it, tried to blot the words out. He really truly did, but he failed spectacularly. He heard every bit and immediately wished he hadn't. The tips of his ears began to burn a bright cherry pink. Kurama whistled in the back of his head. Kaylee leaned away, flushing to the very roots of her hair. Oh my. And that worked? It did. Willow winked and touched a hand to her stomach. Like a charm. Half-lidded eyes regarded him. You're a lucky woman. And he was never going to get that out of his head now. Damn it, Willow. Moving on. He coughed harshly into a fist. So, why are we here? Kaylee flinched and scratched the back of her head. We may have a problem. What kind of problem? Naruto felt his frown return with reinforcements. You or the White Fang? She pointedly looked away. Both? You dolt! Willow sat up with a sigh. What did you do? What she always does. Gira graced them with a good-natured smile. Bites off more than she can chew. It's about Mistral, and, well, there's been some unrest, both there and in Menagerie. Kaylee confessed, smile slipping from her face like so much mist. We have a splinter cell, if you will. The words appeared to physical pain her, but when neither interrupted, she bulled on ahead. Focus saying we haven't gone far enough, that we were fools to make peace with the SDC rather than face them head-on. Her hands wrung themselves together anxiously. They're calling for a full schism, rights to make Menagerie an independent kingdom, that sort of thing. Curiosity piqued, Naruto leaned forward. This cell got a name. They're calling themselves the Mythic Dawn. Kaylee had the grace to look at least a little sheepish. Well, how do I put this? Naruto and Willow exchanged a door look. Fanatics. Gira beat her to it. So basically a lot of hot air, Willow quipped. Until recently, yes. Kaylee's head bobbed in agreement. Most of them are civilians, and they've been nothing but talk. However, and it was here that Naruto's spirits sank, because he knew that look. But just last month, things began to change. They became more and more outspoken, volatile even. What was once white-collar crime and petty theft has all but dissolved into madness. They've resorted to all sorts of outlandish acts, all in the name of their so-called champion, drugs, racketeering, kidnapping. Naruto pursed his lips. This mythic dawn, what kind of drugs are they dealing? Gira told them in no uncertain terms. A drug that boosts semblances? That's not ominous at all. Supposedly it kills the user in repeated dosages, but unfortunately there's more. She reached around and touched a hand to Gira's cast. Just last week we came under attack. There was an assassin. We were lucky to escape with our lives. Someone had gotten the drop on them? Kaylee's semblance should have made that difficult. You're both trained fighters. Naruto clicked his tongue in mild admonishment, just now noticing the fresh bandage on her hand. How the hell did one person do that to you? They were incredibly skilled. Gira growled. We were outmatched. They had a message for you. I suspect that's why they let us live at all. Naruto's blood turned to ice in his veins. Excuse me? What message? They said, Kaylee's face pinched as she recounted it, send the pretender and his mate to Menagerie in a month's time. He will face us in a tournament of our choosing. Fail and Menagerie will burn. A hiss pierced the air. You and Willow helped divert something like this once before, Gira put in before he could protest further. It was on a smaller scale, perhaps, but we're hoping you can do it again. Willow rose to the occasion. Bless her simple soul. Fair enough. What would we have to do? Meet with them on their terms. If they want to prove the superiority, beat them down. Of course, Willow agreed. We'll do whatever we can to help. Naruto shook his head in the same instant. We can't. There was a pause. A silence. It was a startling turn of pace from last time. An alarming juxtaposition neither had expected. So much so that the two of them looked askance at one another. Yes, Willow frowned. No, Naruto countered. Look, I'm all for helping people, you know that, but this reeks of a setup. Not from you two, he waved his metal arm at Kali and Gira lest they take offense, but other things. Try as he might, he couldn't put his finger on it, but the strange sense of unease persisted. He didn't like it. Not one bit. Willow stilled, perhaps sensing his unspoken thought. Do you think it's... I don't know, he confessed. I just have a bad feeling about this. And he did. No matter how one looked at it, the timing was too convenient. Willow was mastering her powers to be sure, but in a few months' time, she wouldn't be able to do much in the way of fighting. Even now, he was leery of the idea of taking her into battle. Ideally, he would have liked to solve this by himself, lest their enemies draw her out and strike while she was at her weakest. But to leave her alone would make her just as vulnerable. And what was that last bit they'd mentioned? What's this about a tournament now? Gira looked away with a grumble. It's a bit of a tradition, but they've rather warped it. Willow glared pale daggers at him, telling him in no uncertain terms that she would not be left behind. Kaylee was smiling. Naruto knew that smile, just as he knew he'd already made his decision. Maybe he'd gone soft. Perhaps this was a trap. But if he knew their plan was a trap, then he could plan around it. Maybe. It was twisted logic, perhaps, but now that he knew their plan, he could plan around that plan. And if they plan around that, then he'd plan around the plan that they were planning around his plan. That makes no sense. Let me have this, damn it. We're already going in blind. You said a month from now, he said outwardly instead. That's about 30 days, right? Poor Kali squirmed in her seat under his blazing gaze. Yes, is that a yes? Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. I need to make a call. He pulled out his scroll and sent a quick message. Gira frowned down at him. Call who? He smiled. Reinforcements. Willow perked up. You didn't. As though summoned by that very response, a crimson portal opened not half a pace behind Naruto's shoulders. Kaylee nearly fell out of her chair. She would have too, if Willow hadn't grabbed her elbow. Gira wasn't so fortunate. He was much closer and the initial shock sent him reel backward. Just as well, too, because Raven's scowling face poked through, followed by a somewhat buzzed crow and stern Taiyan. Summer rounded off the quartet a moment later, grinning from ear to ear. All right, she cooed as she brandished her weapon. Who threatened my bestie? Chapter 17. I want one. No, you do not. Excuse me? Yes, I do. Tilda? A month's time. Interlude. In hindsight, perhaps it was too much to hope word wouldn't get out. Not about Menagerie or the White Fang. Despite all appearances to the contrary, Naruto found he was able to keep that under wraps rather handily. Willow was the very model of discretion. Likewise, Team STRQ was sworn to silence, and naturally Kali and Gira had no desire to revisit what they'd gone through. No, it was a more personal matter that slipped out once their merry little band reconvened in the dining room. "You're pregnant!" Summer's startled shout mingled with Kali's delighted shriek to fill the Schnee manor. Whatever Willow might have said to that was drowned out, inundated by all their questions. The sheer clamour they made swelled through every nook and cranny of the estate. Naruto leaned back, a hand on his head. He wouldn't be surprised if just about every servant associated with said estate heard them through the walls. No doubt the news would be all over Atlas by tomorrow morning. It wasn't as if they could hunt every one of them down and force their compliance. Raven looked like she was about to make a fair attempt of it, judging by her hand on Omen's hilt. "Can't say I blame her," Kurama harumphed. "If I had eardrums, I think they'd be bleeding right about now." "Keep it down!" Raven dug a finger in her ear to no avail. "Are you trying to leave us deaf?" "Was it now?" Crow cocked his head. "Can't hear you over the ringing in my ears." Taeyang at least looked a little sheepish. "I am so sorry for her." Gira grunted. "Yes, I as well." "Kali can be a bit excitable." Cinder whined a little and Sienna's ears flattered atop her head. "Why is she so loud?" Willow somehow managed to look gracious about it all. "I'm so happy for you." At least she did, until Summer all but flung herself at her. "Oh, are you early?" She ran a hand over the startled Schnee's still mostly flat stomach, drawing a yelp from her best friend who tried to squirm away, to no avail. "When did you find out?" "Has the baby kicked yet?" Her words trailed into a startled yelp as a glyph caught her by the ankle and turned her upside down. Willow held her right hand aloft, eyes blazing with smouldering azure flames. Summer, the leader of Team STRQ, grinned, utterly unapologetic for her actions. "Yes, Tilda, I'm going to put you down now. You will behave. Understood?" "Fine!" Crow took the opportunity to pluck his partner out the air and reel her back as Sienna sniggered. "I suppose congratulations are in order." Kaylee was a touch more reserved now that the initial moment of surprise had passed. "You'll make excellent parents." Naruto felt a strange pulse of heat shoot up the back of his neck. Her words were genuine. He could sense that much. She really was happy for him and Willow alike. So why did he detect a strange pang of sadness from her? Almost as if... "Wait!" Summer's cry jerked him out of his reverie, and, much to his chagrin, the little huntress, an abrupt about-face. "I have another question." Gira quirked a brow. "What now?" Silver eyes narrowed in half-lidded glee. "Does this make me an aunt?" "I always wanted to be an aunt." Kaylee's ears perked up. There it was again, the sudden flash of emotion. Anger, directed solely at him. Little more than a pulse and one she quickly muffled, but he got wind of it nevertheless. Why would Kaylee be angry with him? They were on relatively good terms, weren't they? It nagged at him, like a half-forgotten memory on the verge of being remembered. Naruto shook it off and exchanged a bemused look with Willow. The latter found her voice first. "I suppose so," Crow swore. "There goes her switch." Summer inhaled deeply. Naruto leaned back. Gira and the rest of the men mirrored him. Kaylee clamped her hands over Raven's ears. "And then, I'm gonna be an aunt?" Summer's eyes all but pulsed with light, such was her glee. "I gotta tell everyone." "Summer, no." Crow dove on her before she could race away into the manor. "Down!" "Bad girl." Raven turned a keen eye on a bemused tie. "I want one." "Not you, too." The poor man's tan visage drained of all colour. "I'm not ready for that kind of commitment yet." "Boo." Red eyes swept toward Naruto as she sulked, causing him to bridle in turn. Although... Bad birdie. He winged a spoon off her forehead. "Stop undressing me with your eyes!" Kurama shivered. "Nope." All the nope. "Not having it." "What?" "It's just a child." Tai slapped his forehead. "Oh, look what you've done!" Naruto flailed his arms to no avail. "Done what?" He'd barely said 3 sentences. He turned an exasperated look on Summer, still being wrangled by Crow. Reluctantly, his gaze turned to Raven, who'd gone back to glaring at Tai, with the latter doing his damnedest to avoid her gaze. Yep, that settled things. It was official. Everyone on T-Star-Q was absolutely cracked. Maybe Gira and Kali too. In hindsight, he knew why everyone was acting this way. No one wanted to address the ticking time bomb that was Menagerie. He didn't much blame them. A month wasn't a terribly long time to prepare, but it was more than enough to agonize over. Personally, he was tempted to simply storm the beaches of Menagerie. Alone, or with Willow and STRQ at his back, it didn't matter. One swift tactical strike and they'd be rid of the threat altogether. But no, he couldn't do that. No matter how much he might want to. Well, you could send disguised shadow clones. No, too risky. Everyone knows I use those. Not only would it be brutish, it would set a bad image for Atlas, never mind Willow's family. Had been just the former, he wouldn't care. But Willow and Nicholas had been good to him. Very good indeed. He wasn't about to repay their kindness by dragging their name through the mud. One mistake, one slip-up, and Menagerie would be wiped off the face of the map. He didn't know if that was a bluff or not. Carly and Gira certainly believed it wasn't. He liked it not. Still, there was just no way to be sure. The enemy had the upper hand, for now. He swore it would be the last time they ever did. Everyone could have their fun today. Tomorrow they would make plans. I think she's got the right of it. In his peripherals, Kaylee favoured Gira with a grin as she returned to her seat. One leg crossed over the other. I wouldn't say not to a litter myself. Willow nearly choked on her drink as the larger faunus blinked. A litter of what? Kaylee smiled soured like she'd bitten into a sour lemon. Never mind, dear. Naruto winced. And they call me dense. Excuse me? Unfortunately, a certain someone used that moment to throw gas on the fire. It came in the form of Cinder raising a tiny hand. All eyes turned on her, the confusion momentarily forgotten in the wake of her quiet plea for attention. In the background, Crow hauled a scowling Summer to her feet. Naruto realized too late what she was about to say and bulled forward. Too slow. Does this mean I'll have cousins? Or siblings? Willow turned beet red. Naruto absolutely squawked. No! Yes! Summer shouted him down in turn. Her curiosity satisfied, the little fire sprite nodded. Good. Kylie touched one hand to her face and cooed softly. She's so sweet. I want one just like her. Naruto felt his heart twitch a little. It wasn't weakness. He swore it wasn't. Cinder's fascination for all things family was a good thing. A far cry from her fear of being replaced. His only concern was that she might have taken that desire a little too far. There was only one aspect in which he felt his daughter truly needed his opinion, and as such, Naruto was understandably loath to give it. Cinder was growing both upward and outward as a person. That was all well and good in every way. Yet for all her ambition, she still lacked something. Her and Sienna both. Family was great and all, but they... You know, he hazarded. You two should be focused less on family and make more friends. Sienna blinked. Why would we do that? Cinder scowled. Don't need friends. Family's enough. Willow swept the little hellion into her arms. Oh, my sweet, precious children. I'm fine with it too. Sienna shrugged one shoulder as her foster sister struggled. Dad loves Mom the most anyway. Hey! Raven scowled at the younger faunus for her remark. You calling me second fiddle, brat? Sienna's smile was all teeth. Lady, you're not even a stringed instrument. Be that as it may, Willow preened a little and set Cinder down before the pair could come to blows. It'll take a great deal more than some flowery words and a show of force to convince me. Her smile was sweet as cream. I'll thank you to keep your grubby mitts off him. Summer pumped a fist in the air as she raised her glass. You tell him bestie better than the resty. That goes double for you. I swear you just want his arm to... La 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 la! Can't hear you. Ty and Crow muttered a silent prayer to the gods as Carly and Gira looked on with muted interest. Raven remained undaunted. Is that so? Rather than back down, Raven took that as a challenge because she opened a portal and stabbed a hand into it. Her body leaned into it for all of an instant, rummaged around for a moment and came up with a bottle of green and gold glass. She grinned and brandished it like a weapon. In her hands he supposed it was. You see, I thought you'd say something about that. Would a bottle of Valian wine change your mind? Willow frowned a little. What year? And where did you get that? 100 years ago. And Ozpin's personal wine stash. Gira tilted his head. However did you accomplish that? Summer made a keening noise between her teeth. Meh. Raven shrugged. He gave up trying to stop me ages ago. Willow leaned forward a little. What kind of wine does he have? She grinned. The best kind. Old bastard stocked vintages that don't even exist anymore. A slightly glazed look passed through the heiress' eyes. Is that so? I may have misjudged you, Raven. Naruto felt a bead of sweat run down his brow. Willow, no drinking, remember? Her silence was telling. Naruto swatted her arm. Oi! What? She sniffed. It's a fine vintage. I just want a sip. He stood firm. No alcohol until after Winter's born. Summer pounced on it. Winter, eh? You've already picked out a name? All right, this train was going off the rails in the best and worst of possible ways now, wasn't it? Especially when he thought of Ak. No, focus! He gave his head a mighty shake, marshalled the tattered threads of his thoughts, and wove them back into a coherent tapestry once more. Ahem. He coughed forcefully into a fist. Can we get back to the topic at hand? Kaylee tilted her head. I thought we were. And what topic is that? Her smile was nothing short of beatific. Babies, of course. Gira sighed. Please, ignore her oh. Why did you scratch me? She huffed as the boys laughed. No reason. So, we're going to menagerie. Yet again, Cinder was the one to rescue the conversation. As far as inquiries went, hers was a relatively innocent one at first glance. It seemed just the sort of thing a daughter might ask their father. Naruto wasn't fooled for a moment. He saw that spark in her smile, that telltale twinkle in her eyes as she swayed to and fro on her heels. Sneaky girl, trying to slip that bit in when he wasn't looking. She was clearly up to something. But what? Whatever it was, he didn't have time to figure it out. They had a month to get their affairs in order. Rushing in half-cocked would not only be unwise, but suicidal. 30 days. Time to train, prepare, and make sure the kids were safely out of harm's way. Cinder must have guessed his train of thought. Why? Because she hissed. Her eyes flashed. Don't you dare leave me and Sienna behind. Naruto fought down a grimace. Not so long ago she would have said me, and little else. That she included Sienna in that statement warmed his heart. Or it would have, if they weren't being so reckless. Cinder, he hazarded, it's going to be dangerous. You should stay here with Nicholas, she stomped her food. We're strong. We can handle ourselves. In a month we'll be even tougher. Yeah. Sienna, silent for so long, bulled in from the side to support her. We're getting stronger every day. Willow shook her head. Out of the question. We'll be risking our lives out there. Might want to listen to 'em, runts. Crow tipped his flask back. They most assuredly did not. Please. Instead, they went for the weak link, namely him. They clasped their hands. Upturned golden eyes focused upon Naruto. Ugh, since when had they mastered that look? Kurama sighed. You do realize if you leave them behind, they'll just sneak off after you. He had a point, loath though he was to admit it. Cinder was a good girl, but her old life had left her clingy. If he tried to sneak off to menagerie without her, she'd Naruto knelt. Come here. Cinder rushed into his arms like the child she still very much was. Sienna, not fond of such public displays, had to be tugged in as one would a surly kitten. Dad! She thrashed a little in his grasp. Stop it! Not in front of everyone. Kaylee tittered softly into a palm. My, how the tables have turned. Sienna put up a token resistance little. No riddle more. Naruto paid their babbling no mind. Here in this moment he only had eyes for his girls. You know I love you. He pulled them closer. Both of you? I just want you to be safe. Cinder nestled into his arms. We'll be safer with you. No, not at your current level, you two won't. Sienna's eyes flashed. Then you mean... A third body joined in, all but leaping onto Naruto's back before he could reply. The faint scent of chakra mingled with aura reached his nose as dark hair tickled his face. He craned his head over one shoulder with a bemused look. Sure enough, he recognized the tiny form clinging on for dear life. Alma, he said. Yes, uncle, her soft voice chimed. Why are you clinging onto my back like that? You were giving hugs, she chirruped in reply. I thought you deserved one of your own. Addendum. Must protect this precious child. Nothing would harm her. All right. He relented at last. You can come with us. The girls cheered. However, a finger rose, quelling them. You three have to do exactly as I say. What I say, when I say it, how I say it. McKay! They sang back. Naruto felt his heart twitch traitorously. Kurama scoffed. Softy. Bah! As if you don't love them too. This was his crazy little family. None would harm him. No one. All right then, he began. This is what I want you all to do. Someone knocked on the door. returning his attention the present. "Sir," a woman's muffled voice came through. "There's a Pietro Polendina here to see you. He's waiting in the yard. It's urgent." Pietro? Arthur had mentioned that name, hadn't he? He was sure he had. Naruto blinked once. "No idea who that is, but all right, I'll bite." "Send him in." There was a pause. "That's just it, sir." The maid's voice came on again. "I'm afraid, mister. What's found him there? They're quite cross with one another." "Of course they are." Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. "No rest for the weary." Willow laid a hand on his shoulder. "Would you have it any other way?" He smiled and let her help him to his feet. "Nah. 29 days yet remained." Chapter 18. "Hello, Winter. Can you hear me in there?" "It's your papa." "I can't wait to meet you." Tilda, a proud parent. Know thy maker Watts and Pietro weren't pleased to see one another. Understatement of the century, that. Naruto heard their shouting long before he reached the manor entrance. By the time he found them in the yard, his ears were already beginning to ache. Likewise, he knew he would have his work cut out for him. If they'd both come to see him only to stumble onto one another, this was going to end poorly. "That was my research!" Just knock their heads together. Usually works. Both men were practically butting heads, admirable when one considered just how short Polendina was compared to Arthur, and heedless to everything else. They looked all of a moment from tearing one another apart as he stormed onto the scene. There was a part of Naruto, a small part, that longed to just let them have it out and be done with it. The rest of him knew better. Blast his bleeding heart. "Hey!" he tried to interject. "And what of it?" Watts thundered over him. "I didn't need your blueprints. I made my own." His right eye began to twitch. "Listen!" "Nonsense." Pietro didn't even hear his plea. "You clearly stole mine." "Oi!" He clamped a hand on their shoulders. "Will the two of you stop already?" "Stole?" Arthur quivered with suppressed rage. "As if I would do such a thing, you fat fop of a fool." "Right, enough of this." Naruto released them and stepped back, inhaled deeply as he did. From there, he began to knead chakra deep within his lungs. Blue eyes flashed as his body burned bright. Neither Watts nor Polendina too notice, absorbed in their argument as they were. Fair enough. He hadn't expected them to. It was what came after that would capture their attention. "Gentlemen!" Kurama's snarl ripped through the yard like a thunderclap as he howled into existence, looming over the enraged scientists in all his golden splendor majesty. Any argument they might have had shriveled on the spot. Arthur saw him first and crashed ignominiously onto his rear, looking like he'd seen a ghost. Pietro's chair jolted, nearly spilling the startled man onto the grass. "Are you done?" Naruto clicked his tongue from within his partner's gilded form. "Because if you're not, then by all means." He waved his metal hand at them. "Continue." Somewhere from the manor, he could have sworn he heard little Cinder shout, "I want that!" Watts and Polendina exchanged a bland look. Neither dared to speak. Good. Releasing his transformation, the blonde dropped back to the ground. "Now, what's this all about? Why are you fighting?" Neither answered. "Honestly, both of you." He flung up his arms. "You're acting like children." "This scoundrel," Pietro took the initiative before his adversary could, "absconded with my research and won't admit it." Watts scrambled upright and promptly spat upon the ground. "Because I did no such thing, you mountain of lard." Arthur insulting him does you no credit. Naruto's brow furrowed as he dropped back to the ground. "I thought you were better than that." His ally well and truly recoiled, moustache a-quiver with anger. "I am. I'm more than he could ever be." "Then prove it by being the better man." Naruto gave his shoulder a nudge. "Rise above it," Pietro scoffed. "That's clearly impossible." "I'm sorry?" Naruto rounded on him with a smile sharper than glass. "Did I say something that you found funny?" Now it was Dr. Polendina's turn to quail under his wrathful gaze. "Wipe that smug smile off your face and act your age? What proof do you have that Watts stole your technology? What are you even working on?" Arthur muffled a groan into his palm. "Here we go." "Why, that's why I'm here," Polendina preened. "I wanted to speak to you about my penny project. It's revolutionary technology creating artificial souls forged from aura alone." His brow darkened and his lips pursed into a thin line. "And then I stumbled into your associate on the way here. He told me about his Alma. Initiative, he whirled, stabbing a dark finger at Arthur, which happens to sound a great deal like mine. A scoff answered him. My work is nothing like yours. Watts isn't my associate. He's my friend. Naruto didn't miss the way the mad scientist perked up behind him. Watch your words. Alma's done nothing wrong. You're acting like it's a sin that she was born into this world. He hesitated, unwilling to reveal that she'd been essentially made from his own chakra and aura alike. The secrets of chakra weren't something he was about to dole about frivolously. Say something like that again, and I'll throw you out. Polendina recoiled, looking pained. You're taking his side? I am taking no one's side, he snapped, flashing his teeth in the light. I can't go into the specifics, but rest assured, Almas, unique. You said your penny project involves creating a soul from aura, no? When Pietro dared a reluctant nod, he barreled on. Well, there you have it. She couldn't possibly be made from your schematics. You sound confident, if nothing else. A curious spark passed through the man's gaze, his anger quelled for a moment. What makes you so certain of this? Because, Naruto lifted his chin, rose to his full towering height, and glowered down at the portly fellow. I was directly involved in her creation. In his peripherals, he noticed Arthur edging forward. It looked like he wanted to say something. He knew what it was. Don't you dare! He shot a sidelong look at him. Not a word. She was made with chakra, you fool. Too late. The man's temper got the better of him. His chakra? The only kind on remnant oomph. Naruto whirled and clamped a hand over his mouth. Not another word, Arthur. What of her, then? Pietro rallied in the face of his fury. Where is this Alma he's so proud of? For all I know, Dr. Watts made her look just like my penny to spite me. You'd like to know, wouldn't you? Watts thrashed free and made a noise of pure disgust. Oh, you probably want to dissect her or worse. I'll not have it. An ember of anger sparked to life in Naruto's heart. He quashed it before it could take root. No one is dissecting anyone here. Precisely. Arthur's hand strayed to his holster, and the revolver sheathed within. Because he'll die if he tries, Pietro clamoured back. Your threats prove your guilt. I should have known better than to bandy words with you. Naruto heaved a sigh as their argument wound back up again. This wasn't going to plan. He didn't know what had birthed the bad blood between these two, but it was clearly something that couldn't be fixed with a few stern words on his part. Maybe he should just give them both a smack and tell them to behave. Stop! A thin, reedy voice interjected suddenly. Stop fighting! Stop it right now! He whirled, mildly surprised to find young Alma racing down the steps towards them at speed. He sidestepped quickly, allowing her to hurtle past and thrust herself between the two, quite possibly mad. Men of science before they could come to blows, or worse. Each went still as stone. Alma. Watts' face was writ with worry. What are you doing here? I told you to stay inside. A thought nagged at Naruto as he looked on. Why didn't I sense her? Curious. Maybe it's a semblance of some sort? Maybe. Don't fight! Her wail snapped him back to reality and realized that those bright eyes were shimmering with tears. Fighting is bad. Irk? Arthur flinched, looking like she'd physically struck him. She practically had. We weren't fighting, my dear. This is merely a disagreement. Speak for yourself! Pietro bridled, paused, frowned, stared. Wait. Yes? Alma pivoted to face him with an incurious stare. Naruto considered intervening for a moment, but a strange sense of something stayed his hand. He'd been on the verge of resorting to violence just now, and in truth he yet would if someone tried to lay a hand on this precious little bean. But maybe the daughter of Arthur would have better luck than him? Maybe. Just maybe. Surely it wouldn't hurt to let her try. My word. Pietro Polendina adjusted his spectacles, blinking owlishly behind them as he beheld the pale waif before him. Is this her? Watts shifted his body just so, tactfully placing himself between the two of them. And if she is? Alma's head peeked out behind his legs. Uncle Pietro? Silence stretched between the unlikely trio. And then, Polendina uttered a wheezing noise and clutched at his heart. Naruto's shoulders convulsed with stifled mirth. Watts sputtered. Do not call him that. But why, Papa? Alma turned guileless golden eyes upon him, not at all comprehending her faux pas. You say his name all the time at work, always talking about how you want to surpass him and stuff. Doesn't that make you family? She touched a finger to her lips, contemplating the matter with all the gravitas only a child could possess. Like brothers or something? Arthur slumped against a wall, looking like he was on the verge of an aneurysm. Brothers? Naruto couldn't contain himself anymore. He toppled backward with a shriek of laughter, legs flailing in the air. Yes, well, Pietro coughed into a fist, anger averted. Perhaps I may have overreacted. She clearly doesn't look a thing like my girl. Girl? Alma whirled to face him. Do I have a sister? Her voice jumped an octave. Why didn't anyone tell me I have a sister? Polendina preened anew. Well, you see, Penny's not quite conscious yet, but technically speaking. As adorable as this is, Naruto stifled a snicker as he climbed back to his feet before Alma could truly take control of the conversation. Unless either of you can build some magic device to help me with menagerie in a month, I don't really have the time to dawdle about right now. He clicked his tongue when both men bridled as one. Whatever's going on here, it can wait. I'll just leave you to it then. He saw his chance to escape and had every intention of taking it. If there's nothing else, the silence that followed was decidedly curious. A month, you say? Watts thumbed his chin. Why use such a number? Pietro tore his gaze away from Alma with a frown. I wasn't told you were leaving so soon. Yep. Alma remained innocent of it all, pure soul that she was. We're going on vacation. Papa, can Uncle Pietro come with us, please? She clasped her hands and pivoted to face him in a swirl of silk. Please, please, pretty please, with a cherry on top. Watts made angry Watts noises and grit his teeth. If that's what you truly want, my dear. Kurama deflated with a sigh. Fox is out of the bag. Might as well tell him. Why not? Wasn't like he had anything left to lose. Naruto did just that. He told them in clear and concise terms, leaving the more vital details of Kali and Gira's involvement out, while impressing upon them the need for silence and secrecy. Once he was done, a flicker of something passed between the two men. A spark of competition, perhaps. It wasn't camaraderie, not yet, but it was certainly something. Arthur and Pietro looked to one another, then to him, back to each other again now. He wasn't sure he liked the look in their eyes. We'll make a contest of it, then. He wasn't sure who said it first, only that someone did. Naruto blinked, feeling the beginnings of a migraine coming on. Contest what now? Nothing you need concern yourself with. Come along, Alma. Watts took hold of his creation by the hand. We have much work to do, and very little time in which to do it. We do? His daughter blinked, but let him tug her along. Didn't stop her from waving, though. Bye-bye, Uncle Pietro. See you later. It would seem I have work to do well. Pietro adjusted his spectacles, and with one last longing look at Alma's retreating form, bid his goodbyes. It was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Schnee. Naruto was too baffled to even correct him on the name, and limply let him shake his hand. I'll see you in a month. In the end, he was left standing on the lawn, head spinning. 5 little words came to his mind. What did I just unleash? 0.0. Naruto flopped into bed that night with a groan. I hate being an adult. Poor baby. Willow looked up from her novel with a smile. Long day. Terrible day. He buried his head into the pillow to muffle a scream. Watts and Pietro were bad enough, but I spent most of the day training the girls after that. An angry blue eye peeked up at her. Cinder and Sienna are vicious. I have bruises where bruises should not exist. Don't even get me started on the paperwork with your father. You look stressed, she cooed. Here, let me help you. Before he could think to ask what she was on about, she laid her book down and scooted closer. A hand took hold of his shoulder and rolled him over. At first, Naruto didn't rightly comprehend what she was up to. At least her hips straddled his. He perked up. In more ways, that one. As luck would have it, I just put them to bed. She bent low, lips caressing the outer lobe of his ear. Summer and the others have a guest room downstairs. The night is ours. See, you say that, he frowned. But should you really be? Willow tapped him once on the nose. Darling, he blinked once. Yeah. Willow tugged down the straps of her gown and rolled her shoulders. The gossamer think fabric slid down off her breasts and pooled at her knees. She kicked the rest of it away, hurling it across the room. Naruto's mouth went dry. She wasn't wearing anything underneath, not so much as a stitch of clothing. She quirked a pale brow at him. You were saying? You're right, he swallowed once. That really is terribly distracting. Her mouth moulded with his marvellously, and they made no more plans that night. 0. zero point zero. Days flew by in a wild whirl of activity. Plans were drafted, discarded, then remade anew. Everyone spent their remaining days in different ways. Some studied. Others trained, working themselves to nigh on exhaustion. Brilliant minds flung themselves into their work with reckless abandon of their profession, and in almost no time at all. 0.0. Has it really been a month already? Easy for you to say. Willow made a noise of discontent as she sprawled beside him. You're not the one getting fat. Naruto knew bait when he saw it, just as he knew better than to bite. Nearly 30 days before he'd been the one complaining to her. How the tables had turned on them. They'd made their plans and preparations as best they could. They were ready, and their allies with them. Nothing else could done. One last meeting tomorrow with Watts and Pietro, an hour to convene with Team STRQ, and that would be it. In little more than a day, they'd make for Menagerie. A sudden flight of fancy struck him. Sitting upright, he reached over and ran a hand over the slight swell of Willow's stomach. She made a noise of confusion, one that only grew louder as he leaned in and laid an ear upon her belly. Willow grumbled a little but didn't resist. Naruto closed his eyes and tried listen. Was it just his imagination, or had he felt a kick just now? Surely not. It was too early for that. Much too early. "Hello, Winter," he cooed. "Can you hear me in there? It's your papa. I can't wait to meet you." There it was again. He could have sworn he felt something. "Naruto," Willow absolutely sputtered. "Stop talking to my belly. It's embarrassing. Cease." He grinned up at her. "Never." She glowered down at him. "You do realize she can't hear you?" "Nope." His smile was decidedly chipper, even more than he felt. "I know she can hear me. What do you think she'll be like?" "Well," he jibed, "if she's anything like her mother, oh wow wow." Words peaked into laughter as she tweaked his cheek. "Joking! I was joking," Willow huffed but did push him away. Her palms came down on either side of her stomach, nearly cupping it where she lay. She curled her body around his. Naruto didn't budge, still nuzzling her stomach. "It still doesn't feel real," he heard her murmur. "You, me, this. Sometimes I wonder if it's all just a dream." A faint note of sorrowful awe crept into her voice as she began to babble. "There are days when I wonder if I'll just wake up to find that none of this is real and I—" He pinched her thigh, earning a yelp followed by an involuntary kick. "Hey, don't go talking like that. This is real. Real as you and me." "I suppose you're right," she smiled. "But if you pinch me like that again, I'll knock you straight into dreamland." "Ha! I'd like to see you try." She curled a little closer to him and didn't speak. A peaceful pall of silence stretched on between them. Across the room, the door creaked open. Cinder's head poked through, eyes squeezed firmly shut. Willow coughed. "We're decent, dear." One golden orb creaked open, just for a fraction of an inch. "I had a bad dream," she muttered, the words nearly a whisper. "May I—" Willow quirked a brow. Such a demanding little daughter. She cast a gaze into the darkness of the hall. "Well, are you going to hide out there too, Sienna?" Sienna's head poked around the corner. "Can I?" Naruto patted the mattress with one palm. "Might as well enjoy our last night in peace." Cinder and Sienna needed no further cajoling than that. Not a bit. They all but clambered onto their bed. Chapter 19. What do you stand for? Who do you love? Which will you protect? That's the measure of a god as much as a man. Tilda, smooth criminal. Fragment, Naruto grit his teeth. I hate planes. Willow bent double and groaned into her bag. I hate them more. There. Cinder's small hand massaged her back. Just take deep breaths. Heeding her advice didn't much help either of them. Certainly not Naruto. White-knuckled fingers bit into the armrests of his seat hard enough to warp the frame beneath the cushions. This was hell. Pure, unadulterated hell in the worst sense of the word. No doubt about it. Whoever came up with the notion of stuffing people into a flying metal bird deserved to be thrown into a pit of snakes. Because as far as he was concerned, that was exactly where they were going. Right into the viper's den. Armed and armoured to the teeth, perhaps, but it didn't change their destination. The turbulence wasn't helping matters any. His stomach lurched every time they hit a rough spot. Willow wasn't faring much better in her pregnancy. He stole a look at her, only to find her expression even more pinched than his. Cinder's back rub didn't seem to helping over much. Abruptly, her eyes widened. "Sienna!" Quick as a flash, the young tiger faunus thrust a fresh bag at their mother. Naruto looked away as Willow lost her breakfast. It was only an ironclad will that prevented him from doing the same. Not for the first time, he cursed himself for getting aboard this thrice-damned airship. It had to be one, if only because no planes flew to Menagerie, there was nowhere to land, and their party was too large to risk at sea. They numbered nearly a dozen altogether. First their family of 4, followed by an eager team STRQ, then Arthur and Alma, to say nothing of Pietro and his project. None of them were rattled by the weather or the flight in the least. Just the 2 of them. Well, 3. Kurama groaned in the back of his head. Never again. Naruto wholeheartedly agreed. If this was a private craft, how bad were public planes? Both Biju and Man shivered as one. Worse, he knew precious little about Menagerie beyond the painful picture Kali and Gira had painted him. Things might be better for Faunus kind in Atlas, but it didn't change the fact that a number of them were confined to the island. According to them, things were better there now, but he still didn't expect a warm welcome. Therein lie the rub. They'd made their plans as best they could. Everyone had worked themselves to the bone, even the children. Arthur and Pietro had done their research and developed tools to aid them through the trials to come. But no amount of science or training could prepare them for dealing with the people of the Isles. They'd have to wing it, because that's worked so well for us. A flash of a white cloak in his peripherals heralded Summer's arrival and a blessed escape from his dark thoughts. She slid into an adjacent seat, grimacing a little as her best friend heaved again. He couldn't help but notice the way she leaned away from her. And the smell. No love lost there. Besties better than the resties they might well be, but Willow wasn't in the best state at the moment. How are we doing? Another spot of turbulence rattled the craft. Willow flipped her off and heaved again. Sienna deftly disposed of her bag and offered her another. The Schnee all but ripped it from her hand, freeing up Cinder to escape. And escape she did right into Naruto's lap. The blonde tutted a little as he balanced her on his knee. Such a daddy's girl. Oddly enough, having her near helped settle his nerves, and with them, his stomach. He frowned a little when he noticed a smudge on her cheek. Hold still. You've got some soot there. Eh? Cinder squirmed as thumbed away a bit of dirt from her face. Her eyes widened as she realized what he was going. Dad! Stop it! She slapped at his hands to no avail. He wouldn't be budged. You're embarrassing me. Her protests fell on deaf ears. Quit it. There we go. All better. Summer cooed a little as Cinder squirmed free. Her scroll flashed, telling him she'd snapped a photo when he wasn't looking. Sienna leaned over her shoulder and sniggered. Ooh, nice snapshot, Tilda. Was it? Maybe he should ask for a copy? Cinder made angry cinder noises to that effect, little growls of anger that promised bloody retribution at a later date. What was the saying? Vengeance will be mine? Yeah, that fit her to a T right about now. For her sake, as much as his, Naruto sought to steer the conversation to safer waters. How are Raven and Tai doing? Restless. Summer crossed one leg over the other as she laid her head in the lap. It reminded him of an affectionate puppy begging for attention. This is a big ship. Sparkling silver eyes beamed up at him, half-lidded with mirth. They're sparring down on the lower deck. She chortled a little when he didn't get it. They dragged Gira and Kali into it too. Oh! Right there. That's the spot. A pleased noise escaped her as his natural hand began to absently massage her head, each action drawing a cross look from Willow. Something about them not being up to par and needing proper training. They're trying to bring them up to speed. He blinked. But they're not hunters. Exactly. Summer snapped her fingers. Maybe if they were, they could have fended off this problem themselves. It's not like they can tinker away all day like Watts and Pietro. At the end of the day, their physical skills are what keep them alive. A crashing noise somewhere in the back of the bullhead echoed her words. Eureka! Alma's laughter mirrored her father's. Well, Naruto shrugged. So long as they're enjoying themselves. He has a point. Willow managed to straight with a sigh. Now get your head out of his lap, Summer. That's my spot. Oh, but I'm comfy, she whined. Sides, I can really admire his arm from this angle, Tilda, Cinder huffed. I don't see what's so great about it in the first place. Sienna shrugged. It's good for punching, I guess. But it's got so many gadgets. Naruto rolled his eyes as they jabbed one another. Raven and Taiyan's idea of par likely involved a thrashing as much as training. Still, if it kept that baffling bird and crafty cat out his hair, who was he to complain? He settled in instead, content to let their voices wash over him and lull him to sleep. Just checked in with the pilots. Crow flounced into the seat opposite them before he could. We're going to be making a brief stopover in Mistral for refueling. Thought you should know. Cinder and Sienna cheered as only excited girls possibly could. No doubt they wanted to go shopping or stock up on dust. Only for a little bit, Crow rounded on them. Mistral ain't a nice place. Don't go wandering off, you hear? Sienna saluted. Sure thing. Cinder seconded her with a grave nod. As you say, Uncle Crow. All the adults winced at the gut punch, Crow more than most. The surly bird grunted and clutched at his heart. Never gonna get used to that. Not another delay, Willow whined, clutching him short. Can't we just fly straight through? Sure we can. Crow took a swig from his flask to steady himself. If you fancy swimming all the way back. There was a silence. All eyes turned to Willow. She wilted. Never mind. Naruto pulled a face regardless. Just enough time to land, catch their breath, and then they'd be off again. Maybe he should leave a clone or two behind before they did. Make a distraction, you know? It likely wouldn't last long, but it might throw Salem off their trail. If she saw him in 2 places, or more, at once she might be given pause. Enough to make her think twice about, whatever the hell she was doing. He didn't like being on the back foot like this. He wanted to take the fight to the enemy. If only he knew who the enemy was. Assuming this is her work at all. Naruto perked up. What makes you say that? Just a feeling. The timing for this is suspect to say the least. He knew next to knowing about this supposed Queen of the Grim, but from what precious little Oz revealed, and he suspected there was more he wasn't telling. This didn't seem like a wise move on her part. Why wait so long to strike at him again? Why provoke him now of all times? She had to know he'd have his guard up. Was she trying to split his attention? And if so, for what? This so-called mythic Dawn, were they truly under her control or some third party at work? A rogue faction he hadn't anticipated. Things were supposed to be better for Faunus these days. So why was this happening now? Willow squeezed his hand, tugging him back to reality. I'm sorry, he blinked. Spaced out for a bit. Did you say something? She favored him with a wan smile. You can't be everywhere at once, dear. He really could. Sure, it would mean spreading himself thin, but if it kept his loved ones safe. Yes, the more Naruto thought of it, the more the idea of a diversion appealed to him. The last time he'd done something like that, his boys bumbled into Ironwood and Sienna. That had only transpired because he'd left them alone without orders. While things had worked out well in the end, he wasn't willing to tempt fate a second time. If he did leave a clone or two behind, he'd have to give them very strict instructions. Tenets for the lot of them to obey lest they run rampant again. He'd already left one behind with Nicholas. The doppelganger wasn't to let Willow's father out of his sight, no matter what. If that crazy witch thought she could strike at him while they were away, she had another thing coming. They would get through this, one way or another. 0.0, 0.0. Visitor for you, Hazel. A guard rapped the bars of his cell with a baton, commanding his attention. The chained giant raised his head, blinked, scowled. Now, he could see a shadow behind the bars. Who are you? 0.0, 0.0. Naruto wanted nothing more than to leap out the moment they touched down. It was only decorum and concern for Willow's condition that prevented him from sprinting down the ramp. Even then, they had to wait nearly a full hour for everyone to get their gear together before they could entertain the idea of leaving. Most, Watts, Pietro, and Team STRQ chose to simply wait aboard the craft rather than risk being seen in public. Perhaps that was for the best. Better safe than sorry. Willow at least looked grateful for the fresh air. Thank heaven for small miracles. In a rare lapse, she let him guide her down the ramp, hand in hand. Summer's scroll clicked once, drawing a scowl from both. The landing zone really wasn't all that much to look at, just a simple landing pad on the outskirts of the city, with only the most basic of buildings nearby. Many looked to be in sore need of repair. He tried not to focus on them. If he let himself be distracted by Mistral happenings, he'd lose sight of his goal again. No time for detours here. We'll only be a few hours, sir. A guard saluted them. You'll receive a call when we're ready. Good, he replied. Don't let anyone near the craft. Detain anyone who tries. The man grimaced under his stern gaze. About that, sir. Just like that, he felt a migraine coming on. There's been a bit of an incident. Naruto frowned a little. What incident? Why, you filthy little Fletcher? A commotion near the back of the vessel drew his ear before the guard could answer. His head swiveled in that direction just in time to find another guardsman grappling with... Who was that? A boy? A girl? Their clothes were a ragged tent around them, diverting any attempt to discern their identity. All he could see from here was a bright shock of orange hair. Actual orange! That, or a very bright strawberry blonde. He'd not seen that hair colour before. Fascinating. Well, Kurama mused, if that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Willow saw him looking and nudged him with an elbow. Go. He spun back to look at her. I didn't say anything. I know you. Her smile was soft. Go on. I'll be right here. Well, if she didn't mind. On a whim, he leaned over. Cinder? His daughter, he really did love the ring to that word, perked up at once. Papa? With me, he gestured curtly. Her eyes lit up. Coming. Pausing just long enough to make certain she followed him, he headed in that direction, leaving Sienna to fuss over Willow. Just as well, because a reedy yelp of pain had his blood boiling. 9 quick strides brought him over to the back of the craft, and with each passing moment, the shouts grew louder still. Let me go, the small figure rasped. I didn't do nothing wrong. Naruto reached out and raised his voice, What's all this? A stowaway, sir. The guard wrenched their arm. Found this one trying to hide in the landing gear while we were refueling. He certainly looked slight enough to fit up there. Gaunt, verging on anorexic, yet for all that his eyes were bright and lively. Real survivor, this one. How was he still alive? Closer inspection revealed that this was indeed a member of the male persuasion, thin and gaunt, not quite a man, but neither a boy at that. Probably somewhere around Cinder's age. Good job. What's your name? The guard saluted sharply. Unfortunately, that meant letting go, and that meant said stowaway made a run for it. A flick of his arm birthed a golden tether of chakra. He snatched them up and reeled them in. They kicked and struggled, but it was all for naught. He dropped down on his haunches, the better to look him in the eye. Do you know who I am? The boy blinked at him, noted his hair, the whiskers, and his metal arm. Realization dawned in his eyes. Horror mixed with awe and fear. You're that Schnee, ain't ya? Naruto stifled a sigh and let him go with that very hand. He dismissed the guard with another. I am. He'd given up trying to correct people long ago, even if the title irked him. Instead, he granted the little lad a nod, careful not to make any untoward moves lest he try to bolt again. And you? Why were you trying to sneak onto my ship? Because I want out of Mistral, the boy snarled, a wild light in his eyes. Yours was the only landing pad that wasn't guarded. I need to get out of the city. Today. He paused and squinted up at the sun, frowning. Or was it yesterday? Doesn't matter. His gaze snapped back to him. Everyone says you're a good person. You are, right? When he didn't contest him, the boy barreled on. Help me out. I'll make it worth your while. Kurama creaked an eye open. Demanding brat. Curiosity reared its head. All right, I'll bite. Who are you? Roman Torchwick, at your service. He sketched a shallow bow somewhat offset by his ragged outfit. You need a guide? I'm your guy. This ain't my first rodeo in Mistral. He's got spirit, Cinder hummed, thumbing her chin. I like that. Roman beamed. That a good thing? Naruto's brow darkened. No. They were not doing this. His little girl was not showing interest in boys. Absolutely not. She was much too young for that. She always would be. His first instinct was to snatch her up, stalk back to the ship, and seal the cabin door. It would be the prudent thing to do. He didn't sense any negative intent from young Roman beyond ambition and hunger. The kid didn't seem dangerous, and he looked even worse off than Cinder had been when he had found her. His heart twitched, conscience jabbing him something fierce. Why did you want to get out of Mistral so badly anyway? I may have pissed off a few people. Roman scratched the back of his head. Of course. Nothing was simple in this world. He already didn't like where this was going. How many is a few? Just a couple gangs. His smile was utterly unapologetic. Not my fault. If they didn't want me to steal their stuff, they should have guarded it better. Naruto and Kurama exchanged a bland look within their minds. No smooth criminal, this. The former looked down on Roman and exhaled in a long-suffering sigh. You certainly don't lack for ambition, do you? I call it grit, came the boy rejoinder. Us regular folk do what we have to survive. You should help him. Cinder's voice was soft. Like you helped me. Roman perked up at those words. Now you I like. Naruto scowled at him. You do not. Still, he could feel Cinder looking at him expectantly now, waiting for him to make the right choice. The choice she knew he would ache. She'd already made up her mind with that remark. Blast! When had she come to believe in him? If he'd turned him away now in this time of need, he'd disappoint her as much as himself. Maybe a meal and a quick ride out of Mistral would help him. It certainly couldn't hurt. He told himself he wasn't adopting him. No, surely not, right? Another orphan under his wing, if only for today. Fine. Surely there wouldn't be any harm in humouring him? I'll handle it. What, really? Roman balked. I mean, sure. Go nuts. A nervous laugh escaped him. Kick their asses for all I care. Cinder rubbed her hands together with a black look. Oh, we'll do more than that. Naruto cast his eyes to the sky. Sage save him from surly children. Slow down, both of you. Only a child would swing first and ask questions later. We don't have time for a gang war. And besides, violence rarely solves everything, you know. He took Roman the shoulder and steered him away, keenly aware of Cinder's pleased hum as she took hold of his free hand and trotted after them. For now, let's get you something to eat and some proper clothes, yeah? Yeah, sure, you're the boss, but… Roman tilted his head and cocked a dirty brow at him. You would be amazed at the amount of problems violence has solved. I concur, Cinder agreed wholeheartedly. Violence solves all the problems. It has for us. See? Roman grinned. She gets it. You could learn a thing or two from her. Naruto gave Roman a light swat upside the head. Less talk, more walk. Torchwick snapped of a snarky salute. Yes, sir, bossman. Another swat. And stop calling me that! Chapter 20. Neo, if there's one thing I've learned in life, it's to respect the pecking order. Respect it, fear it, dread it, and don't hesitate to overthrow it the first chance you get. After all, if I'd been satisfied with that shitty life in Mistral, we never would have met. No Team CRSN. No nothing! What's that? Finish the story? Sure. Now where was I? Right, so, anyway, the boss dragged me back to his ship, and from there, Tilda Torchwick, future. Pecking order Roman considered himself a lucky lad. Pretty damn lucky if you asked him. He'd been in the right place at the right time, bumbled into one miracle, stacked atop another. Said Miracle had taken one look at him and done the unthinkable. Rather than spit on him like everyone else, that Miracle slapped him hard on the back, took him by the shoulders and steered him in another direction. Really, what were the chances? Slim to none, that's what. Against all odds, he'd beaten the odds. Everyone knew you didn't mess with a schnee. It just wasn't done. Proper common sense, that. When he'd first found the big bastard glowering down at him, he thought it was all over. Most posh types didn't take kindly to stowaways. He'd braced himself for a beating or worse, a few broken bones. For once, Lady Luck had smiled upon him. Now here he sat in a private schnee aircraft, freshly showered, wrapped in brand new clothes, his belly full and cautiously optimistic for the future. Clad in crisp black trousers, grey shoes, and pale blue shirt over which he'd thrown a deep navy overcoat. Atlas and schnee colours. Ha! He felt more alive than he had in months. Years, even. Granted, it would probably come out of his hide later, but for now, he intended to milk this moment down to the very last drop. This was the life. You knew it was luxury when everyone on the ship had their own cabin in a giant ship. Now, to be fair, Roman was admittedly a stranger to the lap of luxury, having spent most of his life living in the gutter and whatnot. Stealing from the gangs in Mistral had netted him the occasional windfall here and there, but if this was what he'd been missing out on, well, maybe it was time to hit some higher-profile targets in the future. Not this lot, though. He knew the pecking order. Crossing one leg over the other, he kicked up his legs and leaned back in his chair with a pleased sigh. Even if this gig didn't work out, he'd gotten away from Mistral. Granted, he didn't rightly know where they were going. The adults were being awfully cagey about that, but as far as he was concerned, anywhere would be better than his home kingdom and the gangs that sought his life. Mistral gangsters were nasty. Another day there and they would have strung him up like a scarecrow. But now he could die happy. Assuming they decided to kill him. Hey! This could be some weird cult for all he knew. Might as well savor this while it lasted. Are you enjoying yourself, Roman? Just like that, his joy became so much ash in his mouth. Right. Forgot about her. Everyone did indeed have their own private cabin on the schnee vessel. Aye, and therein lay the rub. This was Cinder's cabin. Reclining languidly in the seat opposite his, Cinder Schnee looked nothing short of smug. She had every right to be. It was her word that had seen him brought aboard, her advice that gave him these dapper new clothes, and probably her word that would see him thrown right out again if he misbehaved. Yes, sir, she had him by the balls, and they both knew it. So we've got a C and an R with an S. Sienna counted on her fingers in the seat across from him, focused on something he couldn't quite understand, the sight of which ruthlessly roused his curiosity and tugged him back to reality. All we need now is an N, and we'd have Team CRSN. Roman blinked. An unpleasant feeling bloomed in his stomach. Kitty cat say what now? Crimson. Cinder smacked her lips as though tasting the word, running it over his tongue. I like the sound of that. Roman didn't. Don't I get a say in this? No, came their united reply. You certainly do not. The up-and-coming criminal mastermind winced. Cinder was deadly, all right. Dangerous, destructive, diabolical. And a bunch of other words that started with D. Still, she was clearly the boss's kid, and he wasn't about to tread on her toes. No, no fool he. She had spoken up for him, which meant she wanted something from him. So long as she did, she wouldn't discard him. Right, he smacked his lips. So you want me to be on this kick-ass team of yours? Ain't we a little young for that sort of thing? Come now, Cinder tutted, dragging out each word. Don't use such strong words. It makes you look weak. Weak? Right, sure. He had no illusions as to where he stood here. She'd burn his bits off. But that Faunus girl, Sienna, she was right up his alley. She had that rough and tumble look about her, as much bite as she was bark. He didn't much care about her ears one way or the other. Faunus were Faunus, just as humans were humans. He'd suffered both good and bad experiences alike at their hands. At the end of the day, didn't everyone have a right to be free? Tell me about yourself, Roman. Crap baskets. The Fire Witch was looking at him again. Better answer. As he looked on, she sat down in one of the many padded chairs, crossed a leg over the other and poured herself a tall glass. She raised to her lips and drank languidly, sipping from it like some fine wine. Roman felt his lips twitch. Must not laugh. Laughter would be his doom. He knew it was juice, because the boss had said as much when he'd brought the damn pitcher in an hour ago. Huh. Little Miss Cinder wanted to act like a grown-up, did she? Fine. He could play to that. That was an admirable posture she had there, but he could see the flaws in it. Cinder Schnee held herself well, but a child just couldn't pull off certain things. Neither could she. There were flaws in her posture. She sat just a tad too rigid, and there was a gleam of heat in those lively golden eyes that betrayed the calm she was trying to project. A snicker stirred in him. He bit the laugh down. All in all, it made him think of a little girl playing dresses up in her mother's closet. A child pretending to be the woman she wasn't. Back in Mistral, he would have scoffed, flipped her off, and told her to go to hell. But she had swords with her, and probably knew how to use them. He didn't have a weapon. And Sienna was staring at him. So he'd play her game. For now. There was no need to feign a grin. Charm came to him naturally, even as a boy. Not much to tell. Still smiling, accepted the offered glass from her and drank. Huh. Raspberry. Or was that an indirect kiss? Meh. He'd worry about cooties later. I'm a street rat. Same as your friend over there. I gathered as much. With her hands unoccupied, Cinder was free to steeple her fingers. You certainly made your fair share of enemies back in Mistral. What was this? An interrogation or something? Never got caught, though. He felt the need to clarify that point. No, she allowed. You didn't. If you had, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Sienna's right ear twitched atop her head. Her smile startled him. You're right, Cinder. He's got spirit. I like him. Doesn't he? Cinder's smile. Yeah, it was all teeth. Yikes. That bad feeling he had. It just intensified. Sixfold. The pair, sisters, shared an indulgent look with one another and giggled. These two would be absolutely terrifying when they grew up. When, not if. It was only a matter of time. They were already well on their way. Give them a few years to master their craft or so, time to truly come into their own, and they'd be, well, for a wild moment his imagination ran away from him. It wasn't hard. They were pretty girls, and someday they'd be beautiful women. You're staring, Roman. No idea what you're talking about. Anyway, sweet gig you got here. He hauled his thoughts back before he went and said something stupid as he kicked up his feet onto a table. What's a guy like me gotta do to get in on this? Sienna saw no reason to lie to him. Mugger Schnee. Ha! As if she'd survived that. Very funny. The silence was telling. To be fair, Cinder curled a long strand of dark hair around her finger and looked away as she spoke. It was the first human expression he'd seen from her all day. I was starving at the time and had little in the way of options. Really? Roman glimpsed the deadpan honesty in her eyes and gave a low whistle. Holy shit! You actually did that. When she winced, he dared to press the advantage. Where you from? Atlas, then? Mistral, originally. Her lips pursed into a thin line. I grew up in an orphanage before being taken to Atlas and later escaped my captors by fleeing into Mantle. Father found me there. Mistral? Roman's brow shot into his hair. She was from the streets, too. That elevated his opinion of her somewhat. She'd done well to hide her accent. It's a shame we couldn't stay in Mistral longer. A dark gleam passed through her eye. I still need to burn down that orphanage for selling me. Yup, the fear was back. And it brought friends. Right. I'm not in this for the long haul, though. Sienna favoured him with a long look. Neither was I at first. You'll come around. Cinder thumbed her chin. Father did say I needed minions. Pretty sure he meant friends there, Cindy. Her smile was telling. I know what I said, Roman. Right. This one was clearly a few sticks short of a campfire. Time to steer this conversation to safer waters. So, he drawled, reaching for a nearby plate of biscuits, any idea where we're headed? The boss wouldn't say. Cinder and Sienna shared an awkward glance. The former shrugged, but come the end, it was the latter who told him what he wanted to know. Roman immediately wished they hadn't. Menagerie! Oh gods, that would be worse than Mistral. As a kid, he didn't hold a particular grudge against the Faunus, but he'd probably be the only human on the island. That wouldn't end well. Not a chance in hell. He couldn't jump ship there. He'd be eaten alive if he was lucky. He gulped to hide his anxiety. Particular reason we're headed there. The girls shared another long, lingering look between themselves. This time they didn't answer him. Will you be staying with us for the time being, then? Cinder's smug smile returned tenfold. After all, there's safety in numbers. Blast it! She had him. In hindsight, it probably wasn't a wise choice to align his fate with theirs. Only a madman would shackle himself to a maniac. But what choice did he have? Sure, she might see him as little more than a mere minion now, but that could change. No, it would change. Sienna had clearly worked her way into Cindy's good graces. He'd do the same. No, he'd go even higher. She might have saved him, but she wasn't pulling the strings around here. That was the Schnee. More aptly, her parents. Shouldn't be too hard to befriend the Mr. and Mrs. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. Roman kicked up his legs, grinning fit to burst. Cinder, I think you and I are going to get along just fine. 0.0. You really are incorrigible, you know that? Am I? Naruto made a point of not looking at Willow while he worked on his shinobi prosthetic. I was under the impression you'd be happy about this. Safely refueled and with little in the way of turbulence for once, they'd finally had a chance to settle both themselves and their stomachs alike during the flight. Sprawled out in their private cabin, they were able to lounge in bed almost comfortably. Well, as comfortable as Willow could be these days. Personally, he finally felt at his ease for the first time since they'd set out. Evidently, Willow agreed, which worried him. I am. Her fingers began to stroke his real arm with infinite care, nails tracing tiny circles against the back of his hand. Delighted, really, aren't you? It was terribly distracting, least of all because they weren't wearing clothes beneath the sheets. She was insatiable as ever. Still, he tried to focus. He really, truly did. It became somewhat difficult when her hand drifted lower. He felt that pale hand trail down his chest, dancing across his ribs. Oi! He battered her palm aside. I'm trying to finish this upgrade. All right? She agreed far too easily. I'll wait. Silence stretched between them as he patched another wire, carefully welding it to a dust fuse. This latest attachment would prove a nasty surprise for his enemies. And Willow was still staring at him. Head in her hands, chin propped up by her palms, just looking right at him. His patience lasted all of a minute. You're up to something. When she didn't respond verbally, he snapped the panel in his arm shut, reached around and pulled her into his lap. Her back kissed his chest as his arms encircled her. Pale blue sheets pooled around her, preserving her modesty, but only just. She settled in with a pleased coo, looked over her shoulder and touched a hand to her bosom as she smiled at him. She leaned up to kiss him then. He took a moment to savour it. Not so the smirk she wore. That smile was smug, nothing short of smug. Me? She batted her eyes at him. Up to something? Whatever do you mean? Willow, his brow furrowed, I mean it. What are you up to, and why do I have a bad feeling about Ak? A gasp tore out of him when her rear ground against him, kindling a spark of desire to life in his chest. Blasted temptress! They'd only just laid together. He stamped down on it, refusing to be distracted, and held her still before she could torment him further. Spoilsport, she hummed. I just wanted to say you have good taste. After all, Roman is such a darling boy. She bulled on, ignoring the confused sound he made. So bright, so eager, so determined to make his way in the world. Doesn't he remind you of someone? Kurama made a point of not responding, the sleepy bastard. Even so, Naruto felt a flash of amusement from his old friend. Ah! So that was her angle. He knew that tone. Willow, no. Willow, yes. Quick as can be, she pivoted in his lap and pushed him down to the mattress. He tried to surge up, only for her to spread her legs on either side of him, all but straddling him with her hips, practically pinning him where he lay. He could have broken free at any time. But he didn't want to. Not with the sight before him. Would you? Framed in the light of the window, Willow almost seemed to glow. Wisps of long, pale hair barely obscured the generous swell of her breasts, hinting at what lay beneath. She ran a hand down her belly, and once more his eyes were drawn to the noticeable bulge there, their child within. Not for the first time, he wondered how he'd gotten so damn lucky. Gotta marry her. His brain bleated. Soon as I find the right gemstone, and figure out how to craft a ring. You saved that boy. She smiled down at him, even as her eyes burned with pale maiden fire. Are you really going to cast him aside? He looked away, heat rising in his cheeks. We're just giving him a lift to menagerie. That's all. And then what will you do, Her point gained, Willow leaned forward and pressing her forehead to his. Did you even consider it? This close, he could feel the heat from the flames ebbing out of her eyes. A gentle yet powerful warmth. How do you expect that boy, a human boy, to survive on an island filled with faunus? Blast! He hadn't thought of that. He'll be on his own. Every word was a knife in his conscience, with no one to look after him. Not a lean to his name. Roman's tough, he muttered aside, not wanting to admit his mistake. He'll find a way. That may well be. Her hand moved to his chest, light as a feather's brush. But are you truly satisfied with simply letting that happen? She always saw through to the heart of him, even when he didn't want her to. We can always give him some linao. His words peaked into a hiss when she pinched one of his scars. You're going to be difficult about this, aren't you? She smiled then, a faint dimpling of her cheeks. Would you have my any other way? He considered it for a poignant moment. Nope. I can't just adopt him, you know. Cinder and Sienna once thought the same. They turned out rather nicely. Well, Winter's certainly going to grow up well protected. Willow didn't respond to that. Instead, she tilted her head just so, pale tresses concealing a burning iris. Then she leaned down and kissed him then, mouth moving against his. With their argument behind them, his blood began to warm once more. He reached up, linked both arms around her waist to hold her fast. She made a pleased noise at that and began to move against him, hips undulating in slow, rhythmic movements. Half-lidded eyes leered at him in thinly veiled pleasure. What's wrong, beloved? Nothing. He pulled her down to him. Nothing at all. Time blurred into bliss. 0.0, 0.0. Summer's face burned rose red. Her fist paused, poised just short of knocking. Because she could hear the two of them through the door. Every bit of it. Everything. Even so, her fingers twitched toward the handle. Gah! What am I doing? She swore and marched the other way, ears burning. I'll come back later, Tilda. 0.0, 0.0. A knock echoed on the cabin door. Naruto creaked an eye open with a weary sigh. The world better be ending, or your life certainly will be. In all fairness, he wasn't sure when one moment blended into the next, only that he'd woken to find himself pleasantly sore, Willow in his arms, nestled against him. How much time had passed? He didn't know and didn't care at that. But he did care about that infernal knocking. Cease already! The latch twisted and Pietro poked his head in before he could think to cry out. Oh! He saw the two of them and sputtered, dark face burning red. We didn't mean to— Stand aside! Watts shouldered his way in after him, saw them and rolled his eyes. Good. You're awake. We need a word. Naruto perked up, daring to hope. Is she ready? Pietro granted him a grim grin. Come and see. 0.0, 0.0. Words couldn't begin to describe Menagerie. Sandy and Sunny just felt inadequate to Naruto somehow. The island was larger than he'd thought it would be, but it was just so vibrant, so very alive, that he found himself taken aback for a moment as he strode down the ramp. More than a few faunus lingered near the landing zone, each clamouring to get a look at him. Them. No doubt they noticed his entourage. Willow's hand tightened around his. She wasn't letting go. Not for anything. Couldn't blame her. That said, Alma surmised his feelings for the island quite nicely. Pretty, Willow tutted once. I prefer the term quaint. Alma released her hand and danced back, face alight with joy. Oh, I see. Is this what they call a vacation? Willow smiled. In a sense, dear. Best auntie ever. Wow, Raven muttered behind him. Look at all those people. Crowd out. He heard her hiss as Crow elbowed her. What was that for? Cinder looked around, pausing to appreciate the scenery in turn. We should vacation here sometime. Roman tucked down his hat and grumbled. Let's not and say we did, yeah? Ty chortled a little and nudged her on. Move along, runts. Summer didn't say a word, though her silver eyes flicked his way. Naruto couldn't help but frown a little. Had something happened? By contrast, the faunus of their party proved almost melancholic. Sienna didn't look much pleased to be here. Kali and Gara even less so. They slunk behind Team STRQ, looking like they expected an attack at any given moment. Not unsurprising, after what they'd been through. Hunters they were not. Raven and Ty could only impart so much knowledge in such a short time. Still, the crowds before didn't appear dangerous, and while a good number of them radiated negativity, much of that was directed his way. Small wonder Watts and Pietro wanted to remain aboard the ship. Their little surprise would come later if it came to that. Maybe this would work out after all? Naruto made it all of 2 steps down the ramp before the assault came. Welcome to Menagerie. A pale man clad in white attire all but flung himself out of the crowd and grabbed him, hands snaking out to grasp his. My lord! He had time enough to behold dark hair and wide golden eyes before his arm was shook like a chew toy. It's such a pleasure to finally meet you face to face. Naruto shrank back, somewhat startled. Hey! And you are? Why, good sir, my name is Tyrion. Pale hands pumped his, continuing to his right arm up and down in a merry handshake. Please excuse the non-believers on the island, he whispered aside. They don't understand your godly glory. Just as quickly he turned his head and spat. You have but to say the word, and the faithful will see them put to the sword. Kurama exploded into laughter. I knew it! You started a cult! Why do you think I'm a god? My lord, the man blinked. What else can you be? No one can do the things you do. Willow made angry willow noises through her teeth. You must be joking. Raven cackled somewhere behind him. You deserve this. Birdie, I swear, I will start plucking your feathers. That an invitation to fuck me or something? Summer slapped her back. Language! Naruto flung up his arms. Will some tell me what's going on here? The devotee was all too happy to do so. Right this way, my lord. He bowed deeply at the waist, sweeping an arm before his lanky body. Your tournament awaits in the center square, and the chieftain with it. Let us bathe in the blood of the non-believers. Cinder made a tiny pleased noise in his direction. Now you I like. Glorious, Tyrion cooed. The child of our god has blessed me. Naruto slapped his forehead. For crying out loud! Chapter 21. Sorry, got distracted by the kiddo. Now where was I, Neo? Right, so there we were, surrounded by a whole horde of angry faunus, the island rigged to blow if we didn't play along. What is it with madmen and bombs? Never really understood that. Yeah, things did not entirely go to plan. Life seldom does, but come on, no one expected that to happen. Tilda Torquick, future. Fear is a sure bet Menagerie really knew how to throw tournament. Or was it a festival? Semantics. By the look of them, you'd never know there was any danger. Wouldn't even suspect it until the knife hit your spine. It was only Kurama's sixth sense that told Naruto otherwise. That oh-so-useful ability to sense negative emotion which had saved him time and time again, that now warned him of the coming danger. They stink of fear. Indeed they did. Saw it in their eyes, smelled it in the air, felt it in his very soul. Mothers clutched their children close as they walked by. Men shot them hateful glares. Why? What had they done? Nearly every single faunus on the island was terrified, as if the world were holding her breath, waiting for the hammer to drop. But for what? Willow squeezed his hand and he returned the gesture in kind, not trusting himself to words. Cinder stuck close to his side, Sienna the other, and Roman, well, he couldn't blame the boy for hiding in his shadow. Certainly Team STRQ found strength in unity. They all but encircled Kali and Gira, keeping them from harm, which begged the question, who was causing it all? For his part, Tyrion seemed oblivious to the peril altogether, humming happily to himself as he led them to the center of the island. Seemed he was genuine, or very adroit at hiding his true nature. He wasn't sure which, and it worried him more than he cared to admit. While young, the man moved with lethal grace, the walk of someone who had ended many lives, and would likely end yet more if left to his own devices. Dismissing him as he was now really wasn't an option. Best keep him close and ascertain his motives later. If he tries anything, he'll regret it. We're far faster than him. In short order, they found the one in charge. Tyrion led them right to Menageries' chieftain, or rather, the man who usurped the throne in Gyra's absence was certainly a large fellow. Large enough to fill out that chair. Throne? A swarthy man clad in a robes of deep burgundy lounged before them without the slightest care in the world. Naruto took him in a moment. He didn't like what he found there. Broad of shoulder was he, muscles rippling beneath those seemingly harmless vestments. Skin tanned by the sun, bristling with a dark beard, he regarded them intently from the dais. A high, wild light burned in his dark green eyes, a gleam that spoke of a mind fastened on its goal, the exclusion of all else. A single mangled ear, a bear, stood atop his head, chewed and gnawed. "Is that him?" he muttered aside. "No," Kylie whispered. "The one who nearly killed me and Gira was smaller than that. Slender. Less muscle." The man rose from his throne, bringing a hand with him. "No closer, false god." His voice carried, rich and resonant. "You will remain there," Crow scoffed. "Friendly fellow." Poisonous green orbs roved over them, noting the size of their part and not liking the look of it. "Look at you." His upper lip curled in a sneer. "Barely 9 words in, and you already look like you want me dead. You're getting all worked up over nothing. You've changed, Naruto." Placing his chin on a hand, he leaned back with a sigh. "You're getting weak these days. But what can one expect of a false god?" Confusion sparked to life, warring with anger. "Have we met?" It wiped the smile from his face. "Excuse me. You. Me. I don't know you." "Of course we've met. You." A spark of rage burned in his gaze. "You took everything from me. My family. My destiny. My life." Blue eyes fluttered in a baffled blink. "Buddy, pal, I don't even know why you are." He would have remembered someone this large. "Insolence." The man surged upright in his throne, and he wondered if he would lunge at him. Almost hoped he would. Everything would be so much easier if he could just cut the head off the snake and be done with this. It was not to be. At length he exhaled softly and sank back into his throne. "You will." He all but bit out the words. "You have been watched. You are known to us." A pause then, as he considered them anew. "You were meant to come with the Schnee. No other." "Oops." Naruto shrugged with a selfsame smile. "Didn't get the memo. I am Father Colgrim." A burly arm gestured. "Give us the Schnee now, and we will let you leave with your life, pretender." "I will not make offer again." Willow clicked her tongue. So nice to be wanted. Raven stepped forth, one hand on Omen's hilt. "Why do you want her?" An ugly smile bloomed on the handsome man's face. "Her child will be of use to our god." Tyrion tittered. "And they call me crazy." Summer hissed. Actually hissed like a scolded cat. "Oh, screw that, bruh." Her words peaked in a yelp as the temperature plummeted. "Oh?" Willow touched a hand to her cheek, all smiles. "I'm sorry. Would you mind saying that again?" When he didn't, her smile spread yet further, revealing pearly white teeth. I see. "Yes, I understand perfectly now." Her head bobbed, eyes blazing with blue fire. "So that's your game." Her temper already strained began to fray yet further as he made no move to respond. "Well, in that case, you can just die." Naruto wrestled her arm down before she could smite him. "We were warned of your ways," the leader was still braying as she glared pale daggers at him. "Of your silver tongue. We will not be swayed." A finger furled in his direction. "If you brainwash me, my lieutenant has orders to shoot me." Brainwash? Naruto choked down a laugh. That wasn't the word he'd use. And if I convince him, then he shall be shot and someone will take his place as well. The braggart raised his arms, face slicked with sweat. You will have no victory today, for we have been graced with her glory. It has been foretold. Bloody zealots, Taeyang muttered. They were always the worst to convince. Naruto elbowed him, fighting down a shiver. No arguing there. My lord? Not you, Tyrion. He waved absently, then caught himself. It was a dark day indeed when you put your trust in a madman. But at least this one wasn't ranting at them. So, he called up to the man. I'm here. You want to fight me? Let's go. Not I. Colgrim's smile was nothing short of oily. While I would like nothing more than to crush you myself, your punishment must be more severe. Naruto dug a finger in his ear. Not liking the sound of that, what are the rules? Fight and die, that is all. Should you somehow survive the gauntlet, you will be free to leave in peace, with the blessing of our goddess. We done? I think we're done. Kill him. Now. He stepped forward. And if I take you down here and now, you show your true colors at last. Colgrim sneered, exposing a mouth full of yellowed teeth. A brute, masquerading as a man. She was right about you. So was he. In the same moment, he reached up to his robes and ripped them away to reveal his chest. Raven swore. You gotta be kidding me. This is a dead man's switch. Colgrim sneered, uncaring of the eyes on him or the ghastly vest he wore. One of many. Should any harm befall me or mine, this island will be cleansed by her holy flame. Taeyang bulled forward, shoving the kids behind him. You'll die too, idiot! He only smiled. Then we shall burn together under her gaze. Roman tugged at his hat. Not a great retirement plan, that. He's not bluffing. Naruto switched gears, seeking another avenue of attack. Who the heck is this she, anyway? You are unworthy to know her name. Spittle sprayed down at them, earning a few disgusted looks. She has returned to us, and it is she who will deliver us our glory. Crow reached for Harbinger. I see that look in your eye, huntsman. You want to stop me? Come then. Colgrim spread his arms wide. You may even succeed. But can you best us all in an instant? He crooned. A true god could, you know. He could but snap his fingers, and this would be done. We could try. Naruto fought down a wince. But if we screw up, it means the end of Menagerie. Without knowing where the other detonators, or these supposed bombs were hidden, he had no way of acting in time. It would be been one thing if he knew. Given time, he might well find a way. But now? The thought boiled in his blood, if only because there was no easy answer. But if he thought they were going to dance to their tune forever, fine. He clicked his tongue. Send out your champions, or champion. I don't care. You will remove your false arm. The Schnee shall not aid you. Your companions will be under guard at all times. Another shrug. Have it your own way. Raven grabbed at him. You do realize this tournament is rigged, don't you? Naruto didn't stop smiling. They can rig it all they like. They'll still lose. But what if they take your arm? It's fine. He shrugged. I've got one more. Kaylee flinched like a skittish cat. Oh, but you'll be in danger. Nah, this isn't danger. This is pest control. Don't worry, I'll fix everything. Here. He flung it over his shoulder. Summer caught it with a yelp. Bring out your best fighters. He knew at once he'd said something wrong, if only for the laughter that followed. Colgrim's smile was nothing short of ugly. Certainly. Let the games begin. Chapter 22. Let me tell you, Neo, it was a sight to see. The crowd bayed for blood, and boy did they get it. Fists flew. Bodies hit the floor. But what came next? That took the cake right and proper. Just one of the reasons you don't piss off the old man. Tilda Torquick, future. Are you not entertained? I'm going out there with you. Naruto sighed as he shed his shirt. Crow? No. Crow, yes. He heard the braying Branwen snarl as the fabric left his shoulders. You heard that, lunatic. You're gonna be fighting dozens of people. Tossing the blue-on-white fabric over his back rewarded him with an angry grunt from his friend. You can't do this alone. They'll kill you. Someone has to watch your back in that melee. Kurama scoffed. They really think we're that weak. Adorable. Rather than answer, the shinobi hummed softly to himself and continued his preparation. Everyone thought he was walking into a trap. Everyone, sans Willow. And why wouldn't they? One arm meant weakness. It was an unspoken rule. You couldn't fight half as fast or hard when you were down a limb. You'd be slower, off balance. In truth, his mechanical arm was, in and of itself, a handicap for his enemies. With it, he felt compelled to use his new array of tools. But without it, he fell back on his tried-and-true tactics, tricks that had felled a goddess. Knocking a few louts about would be child's play by comparison. He couldn't outright tell Crow that, of course, not when he had his best intentions at heart. Raven's brother was trying to help him here. He understood that, respected it even. Crow was one of 3 people in this world he genuinely trusted to have his back in a brawl. The first was Willow. The second was, well, that would be telling. Stifling a sigh, he stole a lazy glance over his shoulder. I appreciate the sentiment, Crow, but really, I'll be fine. With one arm? Come on. You're good, but you're not that good. Right? Naruto paid him no heed and continued to get changed. The silence that followed proved telling indeed. You're kidding? Nope. He smacked his lips with an audible pop as he kicked out his trousers. You'll see in a few minutes. Pausing, he considered the new ones that had been laid out for him on the bench. Seriously? Kylie wants me to wear these? Blacks and whites not my colour, you know. Colgrim and his associate had loaned him a changing room of sorts just outside the arena. A Spartan space tucked just below the arena, close enough to hear the crowd roar above. Bloody bastard was probably up there stoking them into a frenzy right now. What was his angle? He tried not to dwell too much. If they wanted a fight, they would get one. Nothing else mattered. Evidently a certain bird thought otherwise, because he heard Crow cough behind him. Some might call that staking a claim, kid. Nah. Although he still couldn't see his face from this angle, his tone said it all. She ain't like that. She's got Gira, just like Raven has Taeyang. Right, sure. Whatever you say. What was that beat of hesitation just now? Surely it was his imagination. Be straight with me, though. Think you'll win this? Of course I'll win. Naruto dragged on his new vest with a low chortle, not struggling at all for his lack of a limb. You kidding me? If I lost here, the kids would never let me live it down. Far worse things would happen, but he wasn't about to dwell on those, either. Thoughts like that could shackle a man. Drag him down to the depths. He refused to succumb to such. His clones were already spreading out through Menagerie, carefully concealed in countless disguises. They'd find the bombs and the detonators. The cultists would be dealt with if and when they refused to surrender. He hardened his heart to the oncoming slaughter. If forced to choose between the lives of his family and a bunch of madmen, there was no choice at all. They say killing gets easier after the first time. They were right. Frighteningly so. Why are you laughing? Crow wasn't much pleased with his smirk just now. This is life and death we're talking about here. We screw this up and the island's gone. Being a parent is life and death. Try being a father sometime. He bit back another snicker. You'll understand then. Psh! He caught a rueful grin in his peripherals. Not a chance. I'd make a terrible dad. This from the guy who gave Cinder a ride on his shoulders earlier. Hey, don't ruin my rep. You know, I thought I'd make an awful parent too. Rolling his shoulders, he took a moment to admire himself in the mirror. Didn't know a damn thing about raising a kid. Any of that stuff. Bright blue eyes beamed back at him, not once revealing the anxiety lurking just beneath the surface. Then wouldn't you know it? Cinder came along. Yeah, well, I ain't in the habit of picking up strays and urchins. I'd rather be the cool uncle. Thank you very much. He reached for his belt, struggled only a little with his one hand, then finally managed to wrangle it into place. Maybe have one of your own. Catching sigh of Crow's pensive reflection, he took a chance to needle the surly bird while he could. You and Summer, maybe? You'd make beautiful children together. Mission accomplished. Crow choked on his whiskey and spat it out. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? No, no, no! Sure enough, a hand latched onto his shoulder and spun him right round, letting him see his handiwork, up close and personal. We are not having the conversation, you blonde bastard! A finger jabbed at his forehead, seeking his brain, currently cackling with merriment. I'm not taking relationship advice from you of all people. I don't know, Naruto thumbed his chin, whiskered cheeks creasing in a grin. Ruby Rose has a nice ring to it. Crow made a strangled sound caught somewhere between a wheeze and a whine. Stop! No chance in hell. Or maybe Ruby Branwen. Kind of like the first one better, frankly. An angry fist whistled his way and he slapped it aside. Still he pressed the attack. How does Sparrow strike you? A stool shattered harmlessly on his head. His aura didn't budge an inch. So you and Summer aren't? No! Crow physically recoiled, looking like he'd been slapped. Gods no. She's like a sister to me. A little sister. He emphasized when the blonde waggled a brow at him. I could never. It ain't like that. Up came the flask again, from which he drank deeply. You're gonna make me an alcoholic at this rate. You aren't already. Crow reached for Harbinger. Say that again. I dare you. All right, all right. Naruto held up his hands. I give. You win. Good, came the growl. And besides, she has an eye for someone else. Curiosity twitched within him. He couldn't help but feed that little seed. Really? Yes. Crow all but flung up his arms. And before you think to, don't ask who. I ain't stepping on that landmine for all the whiskey in the world. Taeyang, ain't it? Credit where it was due, Crow Branwen was a man of his word. He didn't say a word. Couldn't even get a read on him at that. Shame, too. He wanted to put the fear of the sage into them. Anyone courting Summer better not break her heart or he'd be breaking them. In half. She might be crazy, but she was Willow's friend, and that made her family by default. Besides, Cinder loved her Aunt Summer. He let Raven's brother stew a little while longer before he piped up again. I know you didn't just come here to offer your help. Out with it. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. You can poke and prod me all you like, but you ain't gonna talk me out of this. Much to his chagrin, the aspiring huntsman set his stance and crossed both arms before his chest, refusing to give an inch in the face of his scowl. Raven would have my hide if I let you walk out into that death trap without knowing you could handle yourself. Satisfaction bloomed with Naruto, dark and triumphant. And so the broody bird reveals herself. She put you up to this? Pretty much. Hardly forthcoming that, but then again, this was Crow. She'd be here herself, if she weren't keeping an eye on Willow and the kids. So that was her angle. Blue eyes rolled in mild annoyance and relief. It was a little sweet if he was perfectly honest with himself. She'd help Summer watch his family. Ty would keep a weather eye on the Belladonnas at all times, and Crow had been saddled with him. Team STRQ was pulling their weight and then some. Warmed his heart? It did. Even if the latter bit wasn't necessary. Crow's elbows sank into his back. You done getting dressed or what? Yeah, hold your horses. Naruto pivoted and took a moment to regard himself. In truth, he almost didn't recognize the stranger smirking back at him. At Kylie's behest, he'd reluctantly shed his schnee colours for the occasion, in favour of something altogether more tribal. Supposedly it would make a mark if he worn wearing the colours of the Isle, or so she'd said. Looking at himself now, he could understand what she meant. Gone was the crisp and curt businessman he'd styled himself as. In his place stood a warrior. Clad in a pair of dark trousers bearing a white stripe down each leg and an open-chested sleeveless black vest in the likeness of menagerie, he looked like he'd stepped out of the battlefield itself. He'd even gone so far as to break out his old headband for the occasion, wearing it proper for the first time in ages. Ha! Looking good. He felt like a shinobi again, as if he'd taken a glimpse back into his past and the boy he'd once been. His past self seemed satisfied with who he'd become. Naruto laid a hand on the glass. A small smile touched his lips. Hello, old friend. If you'd told him he'd stand where he was now, he would have laughed. But seeing was believing. He had something to fight for now, more than he ever could imagine. All the more reason for him to win this horrid farce of a tournament and go home with Willow. They'd root out whoever was behind this. Together. Hey, not bad. Crow slapped his back, snapping him back to reality. You look like one of those Mistral martial artists. You have no idea. His lower lip curled. And a martial artist? Really? Roman might have something to say about that, seeing as he's from there. Silence stretched between the two of them. When Crow didn't take the bait, it fell to him. Crow, you can't come with me. A bristly brow rose. Think you can stop me? Yes. All the yes. To say it aloud would have wounded his pride, and so he held his tongue. For what it's worth, I appreciate the help, but you'll only be in the way out there. Ain't your semblance, he clarified quickly when the latter's face fell. What I'm about to do ain't subtle. Buddy, subtle or not, you've only got one arm. Enough. Show him. About that, as he spoke, the stump of his right limb began to burn a bright and blinding gold. Something erupted from it with an awful noise. Crow's gaze widened. bulged now, as its fell shadow swelled up in the room, taking on the likeness of something familiar, something ghastly. To call the thing jutting from his arm human would have been a kindness. It wasn't. It was monstrous. Of course it was. It was meant to be. Intentional. Anyone who came in contact with it would remember that hideous appendage forever. Quick as a flash, that grisly thing retreated, vanishing into fading motes of tarnished gold. "Oh," Crow muttered. "Oh! Well, they're screwed, aren't they?" Naruto's grin was all teeth. Up, down, and sideways. The door clicked open before his comrade could get another word in. Cinder poked her head through. "Dad, do you have a second?" Seeing the need in her eyes, his expression softened. "Hey, sweetie." Then, realizing they had an audience, "Mind giving us some room, Crow? This won't take long." Branwen waved a little and walked back the way Cinder had come. "I'll be outside. Hope you know what you're doing." The door closed behind him. Cinder dithered. Naruto sighed into the stifling silence that followed. Stubborn girl. "Well?" He opened his arms. "What are you waiting for? The next ice age? Give me a hug." His daughter didn't waste a moment. The very second he spoke, she struck. Her body hit him at speed, head slamming into his stomach even as her arms fastened round his waist. For once, his clever little girl didn't say anything. No clever quips, no snarky comments. She just clung tight. He gripped her with his good arm and sighed softly. Her emotions were a seething cauldron. This close, he could feel the anxiety weighing her down, a dark, wet blanket stifling her better thoughts. He pushed a thread of golden chakra through her and the pall lifted, if only a little. I heard them. Her words were muffled against his torso. "Colgrim's people. They were talking. They want to do such awful things to you. You'll win, won't you? Right?" Anger sparked in his chest and not towards her. What kind of question is that? He feigned dismay instead, causing his darling girl to wrinkle her nose at him. "Course I will." "No, I mean you'll win." She gripped his sleeveless arm, staring up at him with wide golden eyes. "You have to win." Her voice warbled, if only a little. Even now she seemed too proud to break down completely, but he knew she would if he pressed her. "You're not allowed to die out there. Do you understand?" He felt her fingers curl against his vest. "Don't lose. Don't get hurt. Kick all their asses and then we can go home." Language. She reared back and slugged his shoulder with surprising force. "That isn't funny. Don't die!" His throat closed a little and words failed him. She hadn't shown her vulnerable side in a while, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. At the end of the day, she was still a child. Even if she acted twice her age. She could put up a brave front when Roman and Sienna and even Alma were around, yet here in this moment he got a glimpse beneath the facade. She'd discovered her self-worth long ago. It made all the more fearful to lose those she held dear, to lose him. "It's all right." He knelt and laid a hand on her head, mussing her dark hair the way he knew she secretly enjoyed. "All things must die, sooner or later. Even me." Her face twisted in abject anguish. "But, oi," he flicked her forehead when she made to protest. "Let me finish, Squirt." His forehead kissed hers, azure orbs glaring into gold. "I won't be dying today. It'll take more than some jumped-up cultists to take me down today. I don't care what Colgrim's feeding them, or what he's got 'em on." Kaylee did mention that semblance-boosting drug a while back. "Think it's made here? On a small isle like Menagerie? Unlikely. If it was anywhere in Atlas, he would have ferreted it out by now. He'd wager Mistral or Vacuo, perhaps even Vale. They'd probably run into it sooner or later, knowing their luck. And then there was the matter of these madmen. Were these people connected with Salem? Or was it some other dark god they were following? Cinder did not sniffle. If he called her on it, she'd deny it. Promise you'll be okay?" "Definitely." He yanked her into another hug. "Have some faith. If anyone hurts you, I'll kill them." Heat flashed in her eyes and they almost seemed to glow. "I'll burn them to ashes." This time the air clogged in Naruto's throat for an altogether different reason. A chilling reminder of her ever-evolving semblance. He was beginning to think Cinder's gift wasn't glass at all, but rather heat-related. The fact that she could both make and manipulate the element after the fact was remarkable enough. Under normal circumstances, she kept that well in check. She could temper what she made, harden her heated glass until it was like so much steel. But when stressed, with her gift, this girl could forge unlimited blades or burn everything down. Hey, everything will be fine. He took her head in her hands and steered her gaze up to meet his, even as his forehead touched hers. "You're okay. You're safe. Breathe." Wild golden eyes blazed into his, and the heat within slowly began to abate. He held her until the temperature dropped once more, then a moment longer for good measure. Finally, she looked away, gripping one arm. "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry." He flicked her nose as he stood. "Think happy thoughts?" Times like these, he was glad Willow had become the Winter Maiden rather than Cinder. He didn't want to think what the little fire starter might become with that kind of firepower at her beck and call. Her gift was volatile enough without a bunch of magic juice coursing through her veins. Gods above, she was going to be powerful when she hit his age. A bell chimed above. It was time. Naruto held up his fist and walked out the door. "Watch closely now, Cinder," he called without looking back. "Watch and see how your old man fights. 0.0, 0.0. He'd given her his arm. Her. Summer rose. Just like that. Naruto had handed it over to her without a second thought, without so much as a "by your leave." It lay in her lap now, a constant reminder of the duties she'd been entrusted. She wasn't sure how she should feel about that burden. Honoured or appalled? Both? For so long she'd sought to get her hands on this grafted gizmo, to see what made this marvel of Schnee and Watt's engineering tick, and yet with it finally within her grasp, now that it was in her hands, entrusted to her for safekeeping, it felt hollow. Well, that, and strangely warm. Honestly, what was that idiot thinking? Why give her this? What did he expect her to do? She couldn't even muster up the nerve to lift her head as the noise rose around her. Surely he had a plan. He must. He wouldn't just walk down into that arena and let himself be killed, would he? All around her the stands swelled with life, the hustle of bustle of those who had been promised a spectacle. The entire island had turned out for this fiasco. Some didn't look much pleased by it. Others, the less said about their bloodthirsty expressions, the better. They wanted to see Naruto suffer, no, they wanted his head. That didn't make a lick of sense either. She knew for a fact that the SDC had taken great strides for Faunus lately, not just in Atlas, but around the world. Mantle was being expanded, the mines had never been safer, and more often than not, Faunus were paid more than most labourers, owed in no small part to their night vision and other skills. So why had this cult sprung up? Summer's brow furrowed as she pondered the matter further. She was missing a piece to this puzzle here. Had to be. Was this really Salam's work? On the surface seemed like something she'd do, and Colgrim's talk of a goddess appeared to be in line with that, but something was off about this. Salem had been silent lately. Too silent. She'd always been so subtle before. Why make a move like this? This would draw the ire of Atlas, if not the world itself, so why— Crow returned with Cinder before she could twist her thoughts into another knot. "Sorry we're late." The lazy bird waved a hand, ushering Naruto's pride and joy into her seat. Had some business to take care of. Raven rounded on him, eyes flashing. "Why are you up here? You're supposed to be down there with him." Taiyang arched a brow. "He was? That's news to me." "Relax, Tai. He's got this." "I hope he does." A sullen Cinder plonked down between Raven and Willow in search of comfort. Everyone closed ranks around their little fire breather. Sienna wriggled into her stepsister's side. Alma hopped onto her knee. Roman gave her shoulder an awkward pat, afraid to do much else. Even in her despondence, Summer found herself scooting a little closer. Golden eyes sought hers. "He'll be all right, won't he?" Summer flinched. She wanted to say yes. She really did. But, "He'll be just fine, dear." Kaylee spoke before she could. "I'm sure he has a plan." "Quite so." Gira echoed the sentiment. "He's proven himself a capable warrior in the past." Ditto. Roman tugged at his hat. "I've seen the look of a doomed man, and his ain't it. Have some faith." Summer clicked her tongue, not at all liking his tone. "This from the boy who only just met him." "What can I say?" he grinned. "Boss made me a believer." Speaking of faith, crap baskets. She'd almost forgotten about the resident black sheep of their little group. "May I just say how nice this is? You're like one big family. Thank you for welcoming me, Tilda." "We didn't welcome you." Crow fought down a full-body shudder. "You sat with us." Tyrion Callows tilted his head. His tail mirrored the motion. "Am I not welcome among you?" Raven touched a hand to Omen's hilt. "You're welcome to my sword if you keep pushing your luck, bub." "How kind of you." "Let him be," Cinder muttered, burying her face in Willow's shoulder. If he betrays us, we can just kill him. Tyrion cackled. Spoken like the true child of a god, Willow sighed. He really isn't. You're right. The merry madman clapped his hands, giggling to himself. He's better. Summer yelped as he leaped up and struck pose. A deity who lowered himself to mortality so that he might teach us his ways. He who walks among us, bleeds for us, lives for us. Taiyang's ring finger circled his head. Well, they say you can't reason with crazy. Raven still tried, bless her birdie brain. Buddy, that boy ain't a god. Your humbleness is noted, O soon-to-be consort of the Golden One, but my faith holds strong. The madman swept a humble bow with a titter. You'll see soon enough, just as I have. Summer squeaked. Raven blinked. Golden? Willow sputtered aloud. Consort? Aha! Kylie burst upright. There he is! All eyes turned at the cry. More than a few widened. Summer's eyes got really, really big. What is he wearing? Naruto sauntered out into the arena as if he'd been born in it. A swagger in his step, chin held high, a defiant spark burning in those bright blue eyes, a roguish grin plastered across his face. The screens above the arena made certain of that. They caught every inch of his expression. The crowd stilled at the sight of that smile, their cries faltering as they finally laid eye on him. Or perhaps his arm, a lack thereof. Summer felt her spirits lift just a little as he came to a stop in the center. Roman was right, the brat. That wasn't the look of a desperate man. If anything, he looked quietly pleased with himself. It was the look he always wore just before he knocked her senseless in a spa. Which in turn begged the question, what was he up to? Well, well, well. Raven made a pleased noise, unintentionally echoing her own thoughts. Would you look at that? She leaned forward just so, Willow mirroring her. Where'd your Atlas gentleman go, Schnee? An elbow ribbed the pregnant woman's side. Looks downright tribal to me. Willow's face had gone a bright cherry red to match her own. What the hell is he thinking going out like that? Kaylee purred. I think it's quite striking. Summer cottoned on at once. That sly little minx. Willow rounded on her, eyes alight with blue blaze. Care to say that again? Greetings one and all. Heedless of their squabble, Colgrim raised his staff on the podium, full of pompous poise. We are gathered here beneath the eyes of our goddess, to purge the heretics, to slay the non-believers, to do away with... A pebble bounced off his head, cutting his diatribe short. Colgrim rounded on the culprit, face gone an ugly shade of puce. Naruto tossed a fresh stone in his palm, grinning like the cat that caught the canary and slaughtered its entire race. Get on with it, you bearded bastard! So be it. His staff crashed down. You will take on all comers. Fight or die. Stand or fall. With a ponderous groan, the gate nearest to the bedraggled blonde creaked open. A great giant of a man trundled through, dragging a monstrously large behind him. Summer's spirit quailed at the sight, both the weapon and its wielder alike. Was that thing even human? His biceps looked larger than her head. She couldn't even see his face at that. It lay hidden behind a full bone-on-white helm, seemingly carved in the likeness of a wolf. And behind him came yet more. Cinder felt her eyes widen as she counted. 1, 3, a dozen, no, more. Men and women clad in red, each masked, their faces hidden behind differing helms. All armed to the teeth, some with mecha shifts. Knives, whips, lances, swords, shields. Alma squeaked. That's a lot, Raven hissed. Regret leaving him alone yet, Crow? You know what they say. The younger Branwen clicked his tongue. They bigger they are. Someone in the crowd, likely a mythic dawn plant, hooted, and that was it. The rest of that contingent was away, filling the air with raucous catcalls and cheers. Even if everyone didn't echo them, even if more than a few faces wore expressions of concern rather than adulation, the sentiment was loud enough in their own right. Summer held Naruto's false arm close to her chest. You better win. Right on cue, the blonde inhaled deeply, filling his lungs to the brim with life-giving air. People of Menagerie, his voice cut through the din, startling the lot of them. Lend me your ears! 0.0, 0.0. Cinder disdained festivals. Truly she did. She absolutely loathed any meagre celebration or functions, unless they were a private affair with friends and family. Cake and presents were always welcome, of course, but as a rule, she preferred to avoid large crowds if she could help it. Perhaps in time she'd grow to appreciate them as she grew older. But this? She'd make an exception for this. People of Menagerie, Because her papa had just used that voice of his, such that caused her to sit ramrod straight in her street. "Lend me your ears." The arena fell silent. Cinder never knew why, and frankly, she didn't need to. When her father spoke, people listened. "Yep," Sienna smacked her lips. "Colgrim's screwed." "Wait, already?" Roman tilted his head. "Why? He's not done anything." "You'll see, dear," Willow tutted. More fool he. They gave him a chance to use his silver tongue. This is not the way to peace. He turned to face the stands, willingly presenting his back to those he faced. "Whatever your problems are with me, whatever's going on here, we can talk this out. I promise. I've done my best to try and do right by you for a while now. You know that." His gaze pinned one in particular, a slender rabbit faunus who appeared to be missing half of his left ear poorly healed. "Why follow this man?" The target of his ire gave a flinch. "Why listen to him? Anything he promises you will be ashes in the end. You have to know that. What did he offer you? Wealth? Fame? Power?" Crow whistled. "You weren't kidding." "But if you listen to me," Naruto continued, offering his hand to them, "I can promise you that we'll continue to make things better. Don't believe his lies. Don't fall for his hatred. Don't give in to old dogmas and petty prejudices." Again his gaze swept out, piercing each of his would-be killers in turn. "Do you want your children to grow up in a remnant like this?" Those words warped into a snarl. "A world where might makes right? Where every faunus is viewed as some wild rabid monster to be burned at the stake? Because that's what you'll get if you follow this man." Cinder heard Sienna hiss out an angry breath, but couldn't bear to turn her gaze from the sight before her. None of them could, she was sure. "Join me." His very voice tugged at her senses, inspiring belief. "And together we can make a better world. Don't you want that?" "Do not falter." Colgrim's voice broke the tableau. "We are blessed by the goddess. He is the heretic here, not us. And yet you hold your people captive while this heretic offers an olive branch," came the rejoinder. "Silence, knave." Bah! Compelling words. She wondered if they would listen. Certainly a few seemed to hesitate. There. The rabbit faunus had cast their sword down into the dirt. Their mask joined it soon thereafter. Bright eyes burned out of a pale face, framed by dirty chocolate-brown hair and a fearsome scowl. "No, he's right." "Well, well. Not a man at all, this. 'Twas a woman." "I'll have no part in this madness anymore." Colgrim's face darkened with the coming storm. "Choose your words carefully, Sister Meg." He received a single-finger salute. "I ain't your sister, you sanctimonious piece of—" Somewhere in the stands, a crossbow barked its retort. Cinder closed her eyes. "Don't mind me." An all-too-familiar voice hummed near her ear. "Just dropping this one off." "Catch, Crow!" Cinder's head whipped around with a yelp as that very same faunus came crashing down onto a very startled Uncle Crow. The pair squawked and went down in a tangle of arms and legs. Naruto was already gone by the time they scrambled upright again. A strangled shout told of the archer's fate, as did their corpse, flung down now into the arena with an awful splat. "Ha!" Tyrion pumped a fist, grinning from ear to ear. "Vindication! Only a god can move faster than light." Alma clapped her agreement. "Pretty colours. You get me tilled. Thank you oh so much for proving my point." Naruto alighted soundlessly upon the stadium floor, stomped over the still twitching body of the would-be assassin. "Is this the kind of loyalty you inspire? Where questions meet a dagger in the dark, a bolt in the back?" An angry murmur passed through the another pair. A stray bolt clattered to the arena floor. Naruto didn't stop smiling. Not once. Colgrim blanched. "We shan't listen to your lies." "Fine. Blind idealism it is." Naruto clicked his tongue. "You know, sometimes I think people actually want to see cruelty." He planted his fist in one pocket and stood his ground, all eyes on him. "They want to be barbaric, to give in to their desires and set their hearts ablaze. Peace can be such a wonderful thing." He took that hand and thumped it against his chest. "I cherish it with all my heart. I'd gladly give my life for it. I'm sure most of you would too. Am I right?" A ripple of disquiet passed through the stands as men and women looked to one another. Cinder felt her own nervous energy rise with it, but apparently something about it is lacking. Thumbing his chin, he turned to glare at Colgrim. "Losing touch with life and death, perhaps. Way I see it, we ought to live like this might be the last day we've got. That's the only proper state of mind for living things." His piece said. He lowered his arms. I'm ready to accept it when that day comes for me, because I've faced this cruel world head-on and deepened my understanding of it. Do I feel remorse for what I'm about to do? Of course I do. I'm a father, a lover, a brother. Pivoting anew, he turned to face Menagerie's champions. I'll fight tooth and nail to protect those dear to me just like you would. Blue Eyes rose to meet the hulking brute, then those lurking behind him. Let me give you a warning from one fighter to another. Throw down your weapons and surrender. Right. Now. If you're being paid to do this, I'll double it. If you're being forced against your will, I'll save you. Here at last, his face darkened. But if you're here just to hurt others, to pillage, reave and ravage, stop. Because if you don't, I'll be the one to stop you. The big brute with the axe lunged at his exposed back. Naruto didn't move. To say so implied that Cinder had seen said movement. She had not. Not at all. No. Papa didn't move in that manner. He was a yellow flash. Bam! One moment his foe stood opposite him. In they ceased to exist in that space. All that remained was a faunus-shaped hole carved through the opposite end of the arena. Realization dawned. He'd punched them clear out the ring, likely into town if not the ocean proper. Aura or not, they were probably dead. Just like that. He'd taken a life. Cinder shivered. Naruto lowered his fist. A furious blue eye shone over his shoulder, gleaming at the alarmed men and women meant to face him. Next, someone screamed and brought a mace crashing down on his head. Blue Eyes pulsed with killing intent. They froze halfway, arms raised, unable to deliver what would have surely been a debilitating blow. One hand reached up, plucked the weapon from their grasp as one might take a toy from a child. And then he struck. An awful crack filled the air, followed by an inhuman shriek. His would-be attacker toppled to the floor, clutching at their ruined face. He'd stove it and the helm in with a single blow. Naruto cast the bloody mace down, whirling to face his another opponent. No, Cinder realized, another victim. Men and women stumbled away. Gira winced. He's angry now, isn't he? Raven rolled her eyes. No, whatever gave you that idea? Insolent pup! Atop the podium, Colgrim trembled with rage. What are you waiting for? Send more! As many as it takes. The gate opened anew. A quartet of armed men and one woman waded out to meet him. Cinder couldn't see the faunus properly thanks to their masks. Perhaps that was a mercy, because her papa flickered again. Bones cracked. People screamed. 4 fell before his fist, unable to do anything else. They'd not landed a blow. A pall of silence fell over the arena as the audience, some hostages and otherwise, began to realize they would receive the bloody sport they'd expected. And yet, not all in the way they wished. The same could not be said of her. It was all she'd ever wanted to see, and more. Jab! Hook! Uppercut! Naruto wove among the men and women of the mythic dawn in a whirl of black cloth, lashing out at their vital with indiscriminate violence. No jutsu here. Only raw strength. Men crumpled where he struck. Women hurtled into the air. Weapons used against him were repurposed, beaten into their masters, then thrown away as he whirled onto the next. It was a maelstrom of death. Cinder felt a tiny trickle of shame pool in her gut. She'd been afraid. Of this? He was massacring them. They couldn't touch him. Dangling one such victim by their skull, Naruto squeezed. Firm fingers bit down and the helm shattered, exposing the battered, bloodied face of a faunus within. Still cradling them, he whirled and bashed their head against a wall. His victim passed out with a gurgle, eyes rolling back in their head. He cast them aside, ready to face the next, only to find the battlefield empty of all but one. Are you not entertained? How? Colgrim's shout split the silence once more. Cinder wondered if he'd leaped down himself. How are you still this strong? You should be nothing without that arm. Strength comes from experience, not the hand that holds the weapon. Naruto wiped a thin line of blood from his cheek. It wasn't his own. That's true, on any planet, any world, any reality. Did you thinking disabling my arm would make this any easier? Something bright stirred in Cinder's heart as her guardian tilted his head. It felt like pride. You're wrong. His natural arm swung back. Dead wrong. One punch sent his final contender flying into the stands. I come here to face your champions. A fist stabbed upward in their wake. I am still waiting. Raven whistled. Seems someone has mastered the art of showmanship. Willow preened. I promised to fill in his gaps, as he did mine. Summer balked. Wait, you taught him how to act? Yes, why? Roman craned his neck. Scary Schnee is scary. A cry of pain split the silence. For once, it didn't belong a Faunus. Cinder whipped around, alarmed to find Naruto down on one knee, clutching his head. No, not his head. His ears. Someone else had entered into the ring when she wasn't looking. A man in red robes like the rest, but his mask was black. He walked slowly from the gate, almost languidly even. She didn't pay any more heed than that, because the bastard lifted the lower half of his mask, shouted, and her father snarled in pain. For as long as she lived, Cinder would remember that sound, and the ugly laughter from Colgrim that followed. Good Zeke, kill him! Those words had her surging forward up out of her seat, blades in hand. Dad! Others were moving, rising around her, but she paid them no heed. Someone tried to grab her. She never knew who. She flared her semblance, burning them. They jerked back with a gasp, giving her the chance to surge forward, vault the divide, then rush down the stands. Kill him! She'd kill that bastard, cut out his eyes, burn him alive for even thinking of hurting. Naruto held up a hand where he knelt, pointed her way, fingers splayed just before she could leap into the arena. His intentions were clear. She froze. Do you see now? It doesn't matter how strong you are. His oppressor stomped a boot down on his back, unaware of his. Your inner ear, your organs, those can never be hardened. Hurts, doesn't it? Another stomp, all but forcing a grunt out of the blonde. Feel our wrath. Ha! Naruto took the blow and laughed, even as he bled from his nose and ears. You're right. It does hurt. It hurts so bad. His head snapped up, teeth bared, eyes wild. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Feels like I'm dying. I'd almost forgotten what pain felt like. Thanks for that. Why are you laughing? A hand gripped his hair. Papa didn't answer. Instead, he stabbed forward with his useless stump, pushed it against his attacker's chest. At first, nothing happened. And then, true. He's all yours, Kurama. A massive golden maw burst from his ruined limb, the teeth of a great beast made manifest. They caught the man flat-footed and all but bit him in half on the spot. Bones cracked, muscles tore. An entire differently scream filled the arena. Cinder had no doubt he could have killed him, then and there. Instead, he cast him down to the ground, letting him crawl away. Hey, you didn't think you could beat me with a sneak attack, did you? He shuffled forward, grinning. Poison? Sound? I've dealt with worse. But you, I really hate folks like you. Her father reached down, caught his prey by the ankle, and reeled him back in. I let you get one lucky attack in, and all of a sudden you think you're hot stuff. Stay away, the man's rasped, voice a mere fraction of its former self. Can't even fight back without your semblance, eh? Can't be a man without yet superpowers, eh? He drew them closer, crouching down over them. What's the matter? Go ahead. Come on, kill me. No such attempt was made, for good reason. No? Didn't think so. There's no way you can beat me. Because unlike you, I'm a real monster, and I'll kill to keep what's mine. A fist swung out, obliterating a wall. Rubble crumbled to the floor, obscuring him for a moment. An instant, nothing more. And then he was upon them. Furious red eyes filled them vision. Here, a firm hand closed around their face. Let me show you what real pain feels like. They tried to speak, tried to beg, plead for mercy. Naruto showed them none. Blood spattered the arena. Cinder didn't look away. Not once. She watched the slaughter and smiled. Chapter 23. See, that's thing about fire. Tend to it properly, keep a watchful eye on it, and it's fine. But give it too much fuel. Take your eyes off it, leave it untended. And, well, guess you could say I speak from experience on that. Oi, oi, oi! Don't be giving me that look, Neo. How was I to know what would happen? Tilda Torquick, future. Burn them all. Eureka! I've done it! Arthur Watts cackled and flung both hands into the air like he just didn't care. He did care, of course. He cared a great deal about his work. Which was precisely the point, you see. He'd just put the finishing touch on his latest creation. Finally ironed out the last of the kinks in the armor, eliminated any and all misfires from the gauntlets, fixed the blasted HUD when the helmet came down. All of it. Every bit of it. Every variable now lay accounted for. All that remained was a proper field test, and if events on Menagerie went as he suspected, he'd be getting that momentarily. Humming softly to himself, he brushed 2 fingers against the side of his head and focused. Sure enough, the nanochip within pulsed, interpreting his commands. Not a heartbeat later, a red-gold gauntlet rocketed off the table and sheathed itself over his right palm. For a moment he worried it wouldn't take. But no, it reacted seamlessly, flowing up his fingers to stop just short of his wrist. The repulsor in the center of the gauntlet pulsed softly, then closed as he made a fist. Flexing his fingers caused it to open again with a softly keening whine, ready to be fired at a moment's notice. Perfect, he hummed to himself. He'd only come this far because the Schnee, Naruto, recognized his greatness. As for the rest of the world, they would see. Soon, everyone would see. Are you quite done over there? Pietro's words were a rusty hook in the lab, plucking him from his merry musings. You've been grinning for the better part of 30 seconds now. Quite unbecoming, I must say. Foppish fool! He wouldn't rise to the man's bait. Pass me that circuit board. Polendina quirked a bushy brow. You didn't say please. Must. Not. Kill. Nestled away in the Schnee's craft, they'd both been hard at work preparing their latest surprises for the madmen manning the island. And just as well they were. Arthur strongly suspected they'd need every advantage they could muster for the fight to come. This vessel was well armoured, but it lacked weapons. It would take a concentrated effort to break in, yet a determined party could if they saw fit. None had been foolish enough to try, meaning they still had time, however slim it might be. He was certain such an assault would come once negotiations inevitably went south. From what he'd last seen on the television, they were going south fast. Watts would be the first to admit he'd never been the fighting sort. A marksman he was, but a brawler, no. Pietro even less so. Their minds were their weapons, their wit a sharper tool than any blade. With their combined intellect, they could be unstoppable. If only the man wasn't so bloody aggravating. There, I've finished. Pietro pivoted in his chair, eyes agleam. What do you think? She's not quite complete and I had to rush a bit, but... Watts considered the masterpiece before him. The finely inlaid circuits, the thrusters, built-in weaponry, this marvel of engineering. For once he didn't demean his rival's work. It mustn't say that bit aloud lest he provoke Pietro was well made. Not complete, not quite, but time fixed all flaws. That, and a great deal of testing. But they had precious little of both at the moment. Quite nicely done, he admitted begrudgingly. I still say my Alma exceeds her by a country mile. Pah! Pietro waved him aside. Enough squabbling. You gave me your word. I helped you with your work, now you help me with mine. Blast it all! Watts blew out a sigh. He had, hadn't he? Oh, very well. I suppose we have the time, so long as our illustrious host is keeping the rabble entertained. Pietro snatched up a remote and aimed it at a nearby wall-mounted television, one that had, mercifully, remained muted until this very moment. See for yourself. Watts flicked a glance to a nearby screen. Blanched. In it, their patron tilted his head, whiskered cheeks dimpling in a grin as he stood before a mountain of bodies. Had enough, Colgrim. I can do this all day. Intermission! The aforementioned man all but howled down at him, frothing in his fury. I demand an intermission. Stop slaying my followers. Masked men hustled the blonde away, but that smile didn't fade. Not once. The two geniuses exchanged a long, lingering look. Well, he's certainly living up to his end of the bargain. Perhaps we should hurry. Pietro winced. Yes, let's. Time waits for no man. Watts reached down, fumbled in his belt for a handheld radio, clicked it once, and held it to his ear. Alma, dear, are you in position? Affirmative, father. A happy chirrup answered him. I've disarmed one of the bombs. Another click followed, punctuated by an awful crack. Oh! I just found another. Excellent, his moustache lifted in a smug smile. Disarm it. Quickly, now. We're on a time crunch. Understood. Is Penny ready? Now it was Pietro's turn to smile. Don't you worry, child. Won't be long now. A short, sharp scream came through the mic. It didn't belong to Alma. Watts preened nonetheless. She may not be his flesh and blood in the technical sense, but he was still proud of his child. Nothing could stop her once she got going. He pitied the fool who tried. 0.0, 0.0. Get back here, you! A hand clamped down on Alma's shoulder. She tilted her head just so. You are being rude, sir. Please release me. Hell no, the masked faunus growled at her. Haha, you're going to pay for what you did to our boys. Her attacker evaporated into a fine, bloody mist. She looked down, blinked. Oh dear, my dress is ruined. No matter. Penny would be finished soon, and all the better. She couldn't wait to be a big sister. 0.0. You're a mess. Naruto took the remark in good grace as Willow applied a clean cloth to his cheek. Ow! That stings, Willow tutted. It wouldn't if you just sat still. Therein lie the problem. He really couldn't. Colgrim had been throwing followers at him for the better part of a day now. He had his limits, and while he was nowhere near them just yet, he was beginning to get a bit sore. That last bastard had tried to do him in with a poisoned blade. Poison hadn't worked on him for ages, but it still stung like hell and made healing difficult. Don't whine. Scars build character. Best I save my chakra for real wounds. In truth, he was almost grateful Colgrim Prick had finally called an intermission. It gave him a chance to rest, even if the bastard used it to prepare more troops and tricks and traps to throw at him. Didn't matter. He had reaped a bloody toll sooner or later. He'd run out of followers, but so long as he was distracted, that benefited him. Time Colgrim spent fixated on him was time Watts and Pietro could use to locate the bombs, maybe even disarm them completely, even if he didn't like the idea of exposing Cinder, Sienna and Roman to all this violence. Darling, Willow's voice tugged him back to reality. Look at me. Naruto did. You can do this. She cupped his cheek with one hand, letting him lean into it with a weary sigh now as she held him. I know you can. Don't worry about the girls. Cinder and Sienna adore you. You can do no wrong far as they're concerned. If I'm the standard they measure people to, I fear for their future husbands. His words drew a light laugh from her. Don't fret about the future. She took his hand and guided it down to her belly. Focus on the here and now. Give our child a safe world to grow up in. That much I can do. He could have sworn he felt a kick just now, but he kept it to himself. You do realize Winter's gonna be spoiled rotten. Her lips quirked in a faint smile. Weiss and Whitley, too. Already in a hurry to have more? Don't be crude. She tweaked his arm, drawing a smirk from him. I always wanted a large family. It faded when he caught the faint hitch in her voice. After what happened to Mother and my sister, she took a small, shuddering breath and looked away, shaking her head. Father never had the heart to try again. I didn't dare ask him to. It feels like I'm making up for lost time. He took hold of her face and steered her back to him. I'm sorry. Don't be. Her smile returned tenfold, warm as sunshine. Mother would have liked you, I think. The two of you would have gotten along famously. A thorn of regret tugged at his heart. Dimly, he recalled the picture Nicholas had once shown him. What was her name? Mo. Willow, come on. I want to know about your life and those in it. Dead or otherwise. Wanda, she said at last. Her name was Wanda. And your sister? That would be my Winter. A rare giggle burst from her lips. She would have cussed you out once or twice, but you would have grown on her eventually. Winter? Spelled with a Y. Realization broke like the dawn when she nodded. That's why you were so keen on Winter for a name. I was. Her voice was small, tiny even. Please don't think less of me. I don't. It's just... She tilted her head, a strand of white hair falling over one eye. Just. I'm sorry, but I gotta ask. He couldn't help himself any longer. Why do all the women in your family have names that start with the letter W? Suffocating silence reigned between them. This time, Willow was the one to break it with a peal of laughter. Of all the things, that's what concerns you. Well, yeah. He scratched the back of his head, hiding a rueful chuckle of his own behind a palm. Don't get me wrong, Winter, Weiss, and Whitley are great names. But there comes a point when we run out of good ones, you know? What then? I mean, he counted off on his fingers. We've already got Cinder, Sienna, and now Roman. Running out of names. Here. I know that look. Her eyes snapped to his. You're thinking of adopting that boy. Naruto found himself opening his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Maybe. Joy of joys. We've picked up another stray. Good. Willow's smile both relieved and alarmed him all at once. That poor boy needs some proper guidance in his life. Good role models. Someone to keep him on the proper path. A blonde brow rose. Since when are we good role models? We kill people all the time. Ah, she bopped his nose with a finger. We kill bad people, beloved. There's a difference. We can draw up papers when we get back. You're just going to ignore that murder bit, aren't you? Indeed, I am most magnanimous. Cheeky schnee, still, she'd said when. Not if. He liked the sound of that. Made things feel more solid, real somehow. A beat of comfortable silence passed between the two of them, broken only by the occasional noise from the stands above. For a few wonderful minutes, it was only the two of them. Naruto broke it with a wistful sigh. What do you think she'll be like? Winter. Willow hummed into his shoulder. I wish I knew. He grinned. Bet she'll look just like you? No bet, she tutted. Maybe she'll have my eyes. Oh? Her own sought his, glimmering with faint azure maiden fire as her emotions slipped their leash. Not hoping for a blonde, are we? Nah, he waved her words aside. Besides, I heard Schnee jeans are pretty damn strong. Your old man told me all about them. Of course he did. She made a grumbling noise. I'm going to be terribly cross with him when we get home. Don't be. He's as excited to be a grandfather as you are a mother. Heat hit her face. You don't have to remind me. I kinda do. He couldn't quite keep the smile from his face. Something sparked in her eyes. She grabbed at his sleeve, tugging him back to her. Their lips met. Her kiss was desperate, frantic even, driven not by lust but a singular need to express herself where words could not. Her arms draped around his neck, pulling him close. He inhaled sharply and returned her feelings with vigor, looping his good arm around her waist to hold her tighter. Had this been anything other than a public place, clothes would have been shed, and several other loud noises besides. As it stood, they did little more than hold one another. You come back to me, you hear? She drew away, forehead touching his. You go out there and win. Find the one responsible for this and tear them apart. Hey. He held her close. I'm not going anywhere. Neither are you. Still, be safe. Come back to me. He kissed her forehead, to all of us. A light knock rang out against the door. Sorry to interrupt, lovebirds, but you got a minute? Willow tilted her head, considering. I have a knife. Still coming in, Schnee. The wooden frame creaked, and sure enough. Crow poked his head in. He looked like he wanted to comment on their ruffled clothes, but an icy look from Willow quelled him. Just as well, too. He was looking pretty ruffled himself right about now, and for all the wrong reasons. Red eyes flitted to them as he closed the door behind him. Locked it now, for good measure. Any news? Depends on your definition of the word. Crow plonked down on the bench beside him. Watt's kid found a bunch of the bombs. Disarmed 'em too. Willow recoiled. Alma? Yep, slipped away when we weren't looking. She grabbed his arm. She's just a child. Meh, Tyrion's with her. When he didn't rise to the bait, her brow furrowed. Do I want to know? Nope. Naruto wrinkled his nose. I pity your future children if they pick up that word. Remarkably, Crow's face reddened. Oi? Not funny. Seriously, though, how'd she find them? Crow was all smiles. That little bunny you saved. Meg? She was in on quite a few schemes. She's also got a vengeful streak a mile wide. Kinda kinky if I'm being honest. Willow hummed. I'll be sure to tell her you said that. His face drained of all colour. You wouldn't. A pale brow rose. Try me, bird boy. Snappy Schnee. He shook his head, uncorked his flask, and knocked it back to fortify himself. Look, the point is, we're nearly halfway there. When the duo quirked a brow, he offered him his flask. Your pet scientist, must you call what's that? Has reinforcements from Atlas waiting in the wings? Crow barreled on, undaunted by his scowl. If you can just keep Colgrim and his crazies occupied for a little longer, we might be able to eke out a win here. Without those bombs, they're sitting ducks. Now you gonna drink, or not? Ain't really one for drinking. Come on, what's the arm? Not like Willow can. He has a point, dear. A little liquid courage might help you. Fine. He took a long sip, forced himself to swallow, and nearly choked as it seared his throat. Gah! That burns. What is this, pure alcohol? More or less, came the accompanying cackle. Should help steady your nerves. Oddly enough, it did. Not by much, but it pushed his worries down, allowing him to focus on happier thoughts. You know, he muttered, I wouldn't say no to a proper tournament someday once we're done with this. Crow scoffed. I'd recommend the upcoming Vital Festival, but neither of you are students, we know. Willow finished, patting his bicep. It's a nice thought, dear. Where's it being held again? Crow's pinched expression spoke volumes. It's not going to be held in Atlas anytime soon, is it? Only a few years from now, he said, noting to worry about. Naruto felt a painful twitch coming on. That is precisely why I'm worried. Right, Credit where it was due, Branwen saw his anger and was quick to switch tactics. Any idea who this goddess of theirs is? I have an inkling. No, he said instead. Whoever she is, we need to be prepared if she makes an appearance. Or have an escape if things go south, Willow opined. A portal opened behind Crow. Raven poked her head through it, grinning from ear to ear. He didn't miss the blood on her pale cheek. That's where I come in. Worst case scenario, I can cut us a path to the old man. He's still in Vale. I can feel him getting a little twitchy, but I don't think he's going to be leaving anytime soon. Naruto released a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. At least they had a lifeline, if this and the island blew up in their faces. Crow couldn't let it be. Of course you'd focus on running away. That's rich coming from you. Raven chuckled at her brother. How's your bunny friend? Didn't you run from her? She sneered when he choked on his own spit. Thought so, but back to the matter at hand. Quick as a flash, her red eyes snapped to him and Willow. There's no way that Fool's going to let us go, you know. Willow scoffed. Come now, you don't know that. Raven arched a dark brow. Fair enough. All right, Whiskers. She stepped out her portal fully and plonked down on his left side, pinning him between her and Willow. What's the plan? Naruto squinted. Who says I have a plan? Her eyebrow climbed higher still. No words were needed. Fine, fine. He flung up his arm. You got me. First, we'll need to check this room for bugs. Already done! Summer swung out of a nearby vent to startle them, covered in dust and grinning despite it all. It's clear. She pivoted, and he saw his artificial arm still bound to her back. Good. At least she hadn't lost the damn thing. He'd be wanting it back once this mess was over. Dunno if they're incompetent or just overconfident. How long have you been up there? Long enough, Tilda. Wait. He held up a hand. Where's Taiyang? Up top, keeping an eye on the belladonnas and the bunny. Came the pleased chirrup. I'm fine, by the way. One man against an angry crowd? Naruto didn't like those odds. He said as much. Psh! Summer waved him aside. We're practically hunters already. Nobody's gonna mess with us. And if they do, her grin grew. Then they'd better not make Tai angry. You wouldn't like him when he's angry. Besides, I'm pretty sure he sent Cinder and Sienna down here. On cue, the door creaked open. 0.0, 0.0. Dad was the best. Sienna knew this to be truth. No two ways about it. He was probably one of, if not the strongest bastard she'd met in her young life. All right, maybe she was a bit biased in that regard. Sure, she could be honest about that much. Naruto made a mockery of Menagerie's finest warriors, and with one arm, they'd barely hurt him. Made her proud it did. Because at the end of the day, for all his talk about peace and shaking hands, the old man could crack skulls with the best of them. Wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty either. Yes, sir. Pops had beaten those bastards before and he'd do it again. Cinder had been right after all. This was power unmatched. A fine flowing finesse the likes of which she'd seldom seen before. So why did he look so damn tired sitting there on the bench? His eyes lit up at the sight of her, and that exhaustion seemed to burn away if only for a moment. Hey, kiddo, come to check up on me? The Branwen twins rolled their eyes even as Auntie Summer cooed. Sienna ignored them. Of course she did. Uncle Tai had seen her and Cinder squirming upstairs and sent them on their way. She'd beaten her by only a few steps. She'd be right behind her any minute now. Ha! Early bird got the worm. You look like shit. Mum never thought she'd call a schnee that, huffed a little. Language. Near Tilda. She stuck out her tongue, only to yelp as he yanked her into his arm and rubbed his knuckles against her hair. Dad! She squirmed in his grasp, flushing fiercely. Quit it! Willow dabbed his cheek with a white handkerchief. Must you be so rough? He wagged a blonde brow at her. You didn't complain last time. She flushed and kicked his leg, not in front of Sienna. Her ears twitched. Dad, I do know what sex is. Not on my watch, you don't. Cinder burst in before she could interject further. She took one look at him, saw the blood on his face. Golden eyes narrowed to angry slits. She stalked over, shoes clicking against the floor. The moment she reached him, she hopped up, plonked down into his lap, leaned her head against his chest, and all but latched onto his good arm. Sienna had to stifle a smile. For all her claims of elegance and fire, her half-sister really could be a clingy bitch sometimes. Oi, you're getting too big for this. Screw it. Two could play this game. En garde, Tilda. Sienna all but leaped onto his free leg with a laugh. My turn. Oomph! Dad grunted in good grace as she landed on his knee, but made no move to dislodge her either. Honestly, the both of you. A scroll clicked somewhere behind him, and he cast a baleful glare over his shoulder at the responsible party. Summer. Delete that. Right now. Never, Tilda. Sienna suspected that if they weren't sitting on his lap, he would have given chase. As it was, his face only reddened when another scroll, Willow's, clicked off a few more pictures. All right, that's it. Would all members of Team STRQ kindly scram? His strained smile promised a prank at a later date if they didn't heed his request. I want some time alone with my family before the next bout. Summer wilted. Oh, you heard him, brother. Raven cut a portal and summarily hauled a protesting crow into it. Summer backpedaled, paused, looked like she wanted to say something, then waded in after her. Sienna squinted after her. She continued to do so, long after the portal had closed. Something was afoot there, but try as she might, she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Meh, was probably nothing. If she had something to say, she'd speak her mind sooner or later. Naruto blew out a breath. Finally, some peace and quiet. Sienna took the moment to lean against him, ignoring Cinder's baleful glare. You're gonna win again, right? He scoffed. Hey now, who do you think I am? Cinder looked up at him. Invincible. That's what you are. Willow hid a laugh behind her hand. Dear girl, he's good, but not that good. I'll take the silence for now. It was not to be. The door creaked open again. For a moment, Sienna thought it was Ty, come down to check on them anyway. A touching display. Nope, not him. Certainly not. She shouldn't have been surprised to see Colgrim leaning through the door. Greasy man. Stupid man. What was he thinking coming down here? With guards, no less? Did he have a death wish? No, stupid question. He was a lunatic. Cultist. Of course he did. Naruto grinned. Wasn't a nice smile, that. Less so as he shooed them off his lap. What do you want? Merely to speak with you, false one. Colgrim's smirk was pure grease, despite the Titan towering over him. Your friends and family remain safe in the stands, of course. As for your bride-to-be, I had a thought. 2 fingers toyed with his beard, doing nothing to hide the dark look on his face. We feel it best if she remain in the main booth with me. It wouldn't do for an accident to transpire. After all, she is with child. Sienna's world went red. Why, you rotten little... Willow snapped her fingers before anyone could act. The poor duo with Colgrim became pillars of ice. Ice that shattered to nothingness before his very eyes. I'm sorry. Did you say something about me being vulnerable? She batted long lashes at him. Please continue. Ugh, he managed eloquently. Dad's hand caught Colgrim's wrist before he could escape. Hey now, just 'cause we're playing your little game, don't assume I'm going to let you have your way. His hand tightened, drawing an ominous creak from his arm as the man struggled in his grasp. You threaten them and I might just take my chances. I may not be able to kill you right now, but I'm not above crippling you. Sienna was pleased to see the colour drain from the fool's face. Cinder shivered a little behind him. She wasn't surprised when she tried to emulate his methods. Such a daddy's girl. She glared at Colgrim. Touch her and I'll flash fry you, your family, and anyone who ever shook your hand. Cinder, no. Dad shook his head before she could act. Your anger is exactly what he wants. She gnashed her teeth. Then maybe I should give it to him. Such darkness in you, little one. The lunatic leered at her for that, heedless of his own peril. Fascinating. He looked like he wanted to make a grab for her, but thought better of it when faced with their combined glare. You would make a fine champion for our goddess, if only you let go. Sienna reached for her whip at him. I'll show you letting go. You would, wouldn't you, child? Those hideous wide eyes snapped to her, rooting her where she sat. You have anger too, you have hate, but you don't use them. Still, he prodded her. Why limit yourself? A slender pillar of ice erupted from the ground and speared Colgrim in the groin. The man crumpled with a wheeze. Oops! Willow lowered her right hand, fingers still glimmering with frost. How clumsy of me! Sienna sniggered into her hand. Colgrim's face turned red. You whore! I'll take your hand for... Someone absolutely hissed. Enough. A pang of familiar dread hit Sienna like a brick as she recognized the voice. Don't you dare lay a hand on my mom and dad. The temperature spiked, tongues of smoky flame licking up at the walls. You invited us here, didn't you? To your island? To have a discussion. Is this what you call a discussion? Colgrim tried to speak. Instead, he gurgled and choked. Terror writ itself across his face. It's painful, isn't it? Thew voice cooed, not being able to breathe. Fire sucks the air right out of a room, you know. Cinder! Willow found her voice first as she rounded on their daughter. Get your semblance under control. You're suffocating him. Control your emotions. Her head tilted just so. How am I supposed to? Naruto tried to touch her only to recoil. Her shoulder was blazing hot. Like you always do. How? She looked to him at last, face gone eerily blank, much like the glass she could create. How am I supposed to quell my rage towards a man who wants to execute my mother, my father, and my unborn sister? A hand curled into a fist at her side, nails biting down hard enough to draw blood. My aunts, my uncles, my everything. If you keep going, you'll kill him. You won't be able to take that back. Why would I want to? Those blazing golden eyes swept back to the ringleader. He was ready to kill Mom. I'm sure he was ready to risk his own life too. He grabbed at her. If he dies, the bombs go off. Slowly the words registered with her. The heat fizzled in her eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... Colgrim stumbled toward the exit, gaping like a fish. You'll die for this. All of you. I'll see to myself once this is over. Naruto blew out a sigh. A golden claw flicked forth. Grabbed the man's right wrist. Twisted it. Hard. His reward was a shriek of pain. Then Colgrim was gone, stumbling away up a staircase. He didn't return. Just as well. If he had, Sienna wasn't sure he wouldn't. I wanted to kill him. Cinder blinked down at her hands, startled. I wanted it so badly. Teary golden eyes gazed up at them. What's happening to me? Naruto knelt and pulled her into an embrace. Willow joined in on the left side. Sienna squirmed into it. Together they held her. 0.0, 0.0. Something was off. Roman felt it in his bones. A strange humming sensation that he'd learned to notice over the years. He'd grown rather adept at reading other people, a skill he'd honed in the streets since his earliest days. Some might say it was his semblance. If so, it might be a useful one. But he disagreed. It just didn't feel like it. Surely his semblance, whenever he managed to unlock the bloody thing, would be amazing. Like laser eyes or frost breath, maybe the ability to turn invisible or walk through walls. Invincibility, maybe. Whatever it was, he was sure it would be incredible. Down with the schnee! Right, getting off track. Because right now, the crowd was giving off all kinds of bad vibes. Maybe Colgrin had moved the schnee sympathizers out, or perhaps they'd sought shelter after the last bout. Regardless, he didn't see a single dissenting face among them. Only eager grins and less than pleasant chants, all things considered. All of them bayed for blood to a man. The adults had lost their levity and turned to talking amongst themselves, so he flicked a glance Cinder's way. You feelin' this? She grit her teeth. Yes, something's wrong. She touched a hand to her forehead. I'm angrier than I should be, like my emotions are beyond my control. Tell me about it. Sienna's ears were laid low against her hair. It's like an awful ringing in my brain. On that much they agreed. They'd gone downstairs, with the missus, to check on the boss, only to come back quiet and pensive. He didn't like it. Was someone stirring everyone up with a semblance? He shook off the strange feeling and directed his eyes to the arena. A slender figure stalked out to meet the boss, wearing robes black as night. Could have been a man, might have been a woman. Impossible to tell under that heavy cloak. Clad it matte black from head to toe, they gave nothing away. That awful mask didn't help. Unlike the others, this one hid their face completely. Not a mask at all, Roman realized, but some hideous helm. Carved in the ghastly likeness of some eldritch beast he didn't recognize, it looked every bit as terrifying as the figure before him. What was that thing supposed to be? A serpent. A dragon. Run. A voice stabbed at the back of his head, drawing a wince from him. He needs to run. Now. The hell? A gong rang out high above them. Colgrim wheezed out a breath, one hand favouring his thoroughly abused groin, the other hanging limp at his side. Let the second round commence. Naruto blurred. Rather than retreat, the masked figure met him head-on, catching his fist in one palm, then the other with their free hand. Roman thought he caught a flicker of surprise in the blonde's face just now. He gazed deeply into the helmeted warrior's face, as though searching for something in those empty eye sockets. Whatever he saw there had him leaping back with a start. Hell are you? He barely heard the words. What for it? The masked warrior didn't answer. They blurred, just as he had. They stopped him. Raven frowned. I haven't seen anyone do that. Not even, oh shit! Naruto's head snapped back as the masked fighter drove a heel palm into his chin. He didn't panic, only paused, wiped a thin line of blood from his mouth and surged back in. The masked madman tried to catch him again, but paid dearly for it. This time he fainted, leaving them overextended and swept their legs. They crashed down into the dirt as he walked past. A boot crashed into their ribs and launched them across the arena. The crowd cast a sear of jeers his way, and Roman felt his stomach come unclenched. Right, nothing to worry about. Come on, big guy. You've got this. Wait, they were getting up. How the hell were they getting back up? Is this all you're capable of? The warrior's words rang out, low and distorted behind their dread helm. I was led to believe you were a capable fighter. A hand reached behind their back, drawing a wicked-looking sword out of its sheath. They brandished it at him, turning it in the air as one might some giant key in blatant mockery. Have I been misled? The boss blew out a low breath. Careful what you wish for. He flickered. A bolt of lightning split the clear sky, caught him halfway, and smote him mid-step. He fell to a knee as every muscle in his body clamped down. The masked warrior raised their hands with a wary cry and brought another bolt crashing down before he could rise again. Another. Another Summer cried out, "No!" The masked fighter slammed forward and drove a fist into the boss's smouldering chest. He hurtled back with an awful crack into the arena wall. Shit. Roman heard Raven swore softly beside him. I thought something was suspicious. She stabbed a finger toward the masked warrior, who even now threw their cloak aside. Faint flecks of wild flame shone bright through the slits of the helmet. They've got a maiden, and a powerful one at that. Summer's oath proved far more imaginative. Which one is it? Spring? Summer? Fall? Does it matter? Taeyang flung up his arms. We need to get down there. Willow winced. But he can handle my powers easily. Why? You've only just got a grasp on your gifts recently. She flinched as another bolt of lightning hurtled past, forcing the blonde to dodge, only for a cluster of ice to root his feet where he stood. Guarding against another bolt of lightning did him little good, driving him to his knees anew. This one looks like she's had her powers for years, if not decades. Crow burst upright. We need to help. Willow held out a hand. No. He rounded on her. What do you mean, no? What do you fear, Schnee? The masked figure stalked forward, reached down, grabbed the boss by the face. Let me see. That's an awful monologue. Naruto spat blood and laughed. I fear an awful lot of things. As they looked on, he held out his good hand, fingers splayed, and began to count down. Ghosts, vegetables, the kids on a sugar rush. Willow when she hasn't had her coffee, Summer lusting after my arm. The huntress in question squeaked. His opponent did not. Why can't you take this seriously? Because... He threw his head back and spat in her face. That's what you want, and I'm not going to give it to you. But I will give you this. You're making him angry. Go on, keep poking me. It tickles. The woman grabbed his neck and drove her blade deep into his stomach. Naruto didn't even try to fight her. He accepted the blade with a smile, uncaring as she sheathed it in his stomach. Blood bubbled up between his lips, and still that smile never faded. Not. Stop! Summer bulled her way forward, only for Willow to reel her back. You're killing him! Stop it! Her eyes blazed with hate and shone with tears. I said stop! A cry of pain went up and warped into low laughter. Willow palmed her face. They've done it now. Roman blinked. Done what? I don't get it. He switched. Cinder murmured. Sienna nodded with her. Summer snarled. Switched with who? Watch. Naruto's fist exploded upward, trailing fetters of red light. Unprepared, the woman took his punch square in the ribs. An awful crack pervaded the arena. She-woman rocketed backwards, struck the ground once, bounced and careened into a wall. To her credit, she recovered quickly, ripped herself free, clutching her injured side. What is this, Schnee? A clawed finger wagged her way. He's not here right now. Her hand snapped out, flinging a bolt of ebony light his way. What are you on about? He batted the lightning away with ease. It arced into the stands and annihilated a cluster of zealots. An inferior creature like you wouldn't understand, the boss rasped as he climbed to his feet. Still, you have my thanks. His voice was different than Roman remembered. Deeper somehow. Darker. Baleful red eyes bearing cat-like slits regarded the woman opposite them. Been a while since we were hit with anything resembling a proper genjutsu. A clawed hand reached down, patting his wound. An emotion-based semblance amplified by maiden powers. A truly dangerous combination. You've my respect for that, if nothing else. Unfortunately for you. His hand flicked out towards her, clawed fingers reaching, grasping for nothing. Oh, you've made me angry, child. Roman didn't see him move. One moment he stood opposite the woman, maiden, grinning fit to burst. In the next he had her face in his hands, hoisting her into the air. From there he began to squeeze. She beat furiously at his chest with both fists, lashing at him with wind and fire and ice and every element she could bring to bear. He weathered it all and smiled. What meager wounds she inflicted healed faster than she could create them. And still those blazing red eyes gleamed upon her. Narrowed now. I've just had the most wonderful idea. A casual flick of the wrist lopped off her right arm neatly at the elbow, drawing a truncated cry of pain from his victim as her limbs sailed away into the air. From there, he took hold of the masked woman's head and turned her toward the stands towards them. She kicked out at him fiercely, thrashing like a wildcat. You wouldn't dare. Colgrim must have had some inkling too, because he bulled forward, nearly flinging himself out of the booth to get at them. Release the envy of our goddess at once. Naruto craned his neck up at him. And if I don't? The lunatic hefted a detonator in his hand. Then you won't leave this island alive. I'll blow all of us sky high right here, right now. Shit, the bombs. He'd almost forgotten. Hopefully the boss would listen. He didn't much fancy the idea of dying in a cloud of fiery napalm. Whoever this lady was, she wasn't worth it. Laughter turned his hopes to ash. You're threatening me with death? The entity who was and was not, Naruto tilted his head, still gripping his prey. You don't seem to understand the situation that you're in, little man. His fingers tightened around the woman's throat. I stopped fearing death a long time ago. No, what I fear these days are monsters. His hands twisted without warning. An awful crack pervaded the room. Her body slumped. Because at the end of the day, I am one. Light burst from the dead woman's body. In the same instant, Cinder crashed down to a knee beside Roman. She grabbed at his shoulder for balance as she went, unintentionally tearing him clean out of his seat. Panic bleated through his brain. No, no, no. They'd go right over the side. Aura was all well and good, but he didn't fancy a fall from this height. His fingers flailed for purchase on a nearby guardrail, caught it, and managed to right them both at the last second. Oi, Cindy! You all right there? She gripped her skull with a groan. Head hurts. Yeah, I'm sure. Open your eyes. He held a hand before her face. Tell me how many fingers you see. When she raised her eyes, they smouldered with flickering flame. 2? He heard Willow's gasp, and suddenly she was there, nudging him aside to take the dazed girl's face between her hands. Roman didn't hear the words that passed between mother and daughter, but the Schnee must have seen the fire there too, because her expression crumpled into absolute misery. A tug and she pulled her daughter into her bosom. Oh, Cinder. I never wanted this life for you. Wait. Summer skidded to a stop beside them. Does this mean she's... Roman didn't know much about maidens, jack all, really. But he figured their concern was a bad thing. That can't be good. Enough! Colgrim's howl was a knife through his thoughts. All of you, die, for the glory of our goddess! The detonator clicked. Once, twice, thrice now. Nothing happened. Roman lowered his arm, trying to rationalize it. Faulty trigger, maybe. No, that was bad luck on a completely different scale. Colgrim continued to howl imprecations as he slammed his thumb against the stopper, cursing it, the men and women around him, everyone, everything. The faint sound of empty clicks filled the arena. All eyes fell upon him. Nothing happened. And with each passing second, well, one had but to look. Kali and Gira glared golden daggers at Colgrim's booth and the frantic man within. Naruto, eyes blue once more, flexed his fingers, conjuring a keening sphere already his hand. Willow drew herself up with a snarl. Crow reached for Harbinger, even as the rest of Team STRQ went for their weapons. Sienna drew her whip. For a single blessed moment, nobody else moved. No one breathed, blinked. Nary a soul. Until Naruto snarled. Get 'em. All hell broke loose. Chapter 24. I'll always remember what happened that day, Neo. Couldn't forget it if I tried. They say good men show mercy, but that day, well, guess you could say it made me who I am. Yeah, that was the day I realized it. My friends weren't just strong. They were, all of them, monsters. And soon enough, so was I. Learned from the best, after all. How do you think I got this reputation? What's that now? More ice cream? Sure. Now where were we? Tilda Torquick, future. No mercy here. Get 'em! All hell broke loose. No, perhaps that wasn't quite right. Colgrin was still screaming his head off, still frantically clicking a thumb against the inert detonator, still swearing bloody vengeance against them all, until someone finally decided they'd had enough of him. Still down in the arena as he was, Naruto saw it all unfold in slow motion. A single leap sent her vaulting over the stands and carried her to the spectators' booth. She alighted on the railing in with savage grace, ebony hair sweeping behind her in a dark cloud, red eyes narrowed to vicious slits, a euphoric grin tearing across her face. Finally, Omen swept back in a bloody arc. Then there was actual blood spurting through the air as Raven Branwen severed his arm, shoulder and all, at the collarbone. The detonator flew free from his fingers only to be summarily caught and crushed within her first. Colgrim went down with a yowl, falling out of sight to the floor. His guards closed in, weapons drawn. Raven rounded on them with a manic grin. He didn't see their fates up there in the booth, not at this angle, but he heard their screams. All this took place in an instant. It was enough. Cultists leaped to his defense, and after him. Indeed, he was only just striding forward to join Raven when he heard someone shout his name. "Hey, Naruto! Catch!" He heard Summer's voice in the melee and raised a hand without thinking. His false arm slapped into his grasp. He grabbed it and slotted it over his elbow. Steel fingers flexed as he reached around and caught a cultist's face, swinging them into another. Pivoting with the force of the blow, he swung his impromptu bludgeon into a second cultist and used the momentum to bring his free hand to bear. An angry Rasen shuriken howled to life between the fingers of his natural fist. He let it fly, annihilating another cluster of Colgrim's men. Felt like coming home. You said it. Let's show them how we did things back in the elemental nations. Give them a stern lecture and hope that they change their ways for good. Hell no! Kill 'em! His sixth sense spiked as someone in the crowd drew a bead on him. He swayed aside, smiling as a sniper round pierced the place his head occupied a moment before. He heard a curse in the chaos, and he also heard an equally harsh click as their weapon jammed. Thank the sage for Crow's semblance. He touched two-finger to the headset at his right ear. What? You there? Do you read me? Loud and clear. The scientist's voice came through. Alma has disarmed the last of the bombs. General Ironwood has been appraised of the situation, and Penny is currently en route to your location. He spoke over his startled exclamation. And you've retrieved your arm. Excellent. I've installed some new features that you might find beneficial, given your current situation. He ducked a crazed cultist and kicked another away. Is now really the time? Humour me. Fling out your arm, make a fist, and pull it back. Naruto heaved a sigh and flung his arm toward where he'd last sensed the sniper's general location. A panel opened near the base of his false limb, punctuated by an audible, ominous click. He made a fist just as instructed, mimed pulling his arm back, and... Thwoom! A missile flew free from his limb to annihilate a nearby portion of the stands, alongside a goodly number of Mythic Dawn cultists in a hail of fiery napalm. Naruto squinted at the chaos with minor chagrin. More now, as a bloody hail of robed bodies and rubble rained down around him. Huh, he mumbled to himself regarding the now smoking chamber of his arm. Neat. You came in clutch with the upgrades. That's not all. An awful silence fell over the arena. All eyes fell on him. He knew what was coming. I want that. Well, he should have expected that response. Bad summer. He stabbed a finger at the silver-eyed warrior before she could clamber down into the arena after him. Don't make me take your arm privileges away. Ah, Colgrim's cultists were on him a moment later. Slay the Schnee! Naruto turned to face them with a Cheshire grin. The others could handle themselves. Time to see what this baby can really do. He could feel Watts preen through the earpiece. I'll be happy to show you. Follow these instructions. Another panel opened in his false arm just above his wrist, and he felt something tug on his chakra. A minor drain at best, but the reward that followed proved well worth it, for a curtain of golden flame belched forward to rake over the poor fools who dared to charge them. The lucky ones disintegrated outright. Others flailed to the floor, howling as they burned alive. Naruto balked at it. "You gave me a flamethrower!" Summer all but howled. "I want that too." His wrist twisted and the barrel irised out into a slender opening. A hail of seeking darts arrowed out from within, striking 9 foes at once, piercing cloth and flesh alike. More bodies hit the floor, but the darts weren't yet done. They circled around and felled 9 more before finally falling inert into the dirt. Naruto turned a baleful look to his weaponized limb. "Oi, oi, oi! How many upgrades did you give me?" Watts remained cheeky to the last. "How many would you like?" "I want all of those." Yes, we're well aware of your predilection." Willow pushed Summer aside with a gust of cold air, nudging her away from a cultist's blade. "Now would you kindly help?" "Party pooper." Tai and Crow were on Summer's would-be killer a moment later, and Gira with them. The poor assassin didn't so much die as disintegrate. Naruto swept a quick glance for his surroundings in the meantime. The grand arena was vast, easily large enough to get separated, and still Colgrim's people show no sign of stopping. Everyone was fighting well, but his concerns lay elsewhere. He made a snap decision. "Crow! Tai! Get the kids and the belladonnas out of here. We'll handle the rest. We can fight." Cinder caught a blow on her crow's-edged weapons behind back, white-black blades flicking out take the arm of her attacker. He pitched backward and, ducking forwards, she thrust an open palm at the adversary with intent. Her newfound maiden powers sparked. Never stood a chance. He fell shrieking in a pillar of blue fire. Despite that savagery, no one fled. They all rushed them weapons in hand. Naruto didn't know whether to be relieved or alarmed. Colgrim really had put all his eggs in one basket. That worried him, if only because this was proving far too easy. With the exception of a few talented fighters in the early rounds, most of these were untrained. Few, if any, had their aura unlocked. Yet he kept throwing them their way. What was he playing at? His followers were falling in droves, with no sign of this so-called goddess he claimed to worship. And why hadn't heard from Raven since she'd gone after him? An awful feeling rose in the pit of his gut. "Go!" He didn't wait to see if they listened. He turned and sprinted for the balcony. A gibbering madman threw themselves at him, swinging a mighty axe. He took the blow on his false arm, grunted in annoyance, then smashed his free fist forward without missing a beat. The lunatic pitched backward with a hole in his chest. He stomped over him, already picking up speed. Another cluster of mythic dawn barred his path. One of them, a lamb faunus, pointed his way and shouted something. He didn't hear it in the slightest. Just an ugly animal bleat. He tore a scroll free from his pouch and unfurled it. Fresh smoke sprayed forth. Faunus died in droves beneath a hail of shuriken and kunai. He whipped the spent scroll around and used it to strangle another faunus before casting him into his fellows. All the while, his eyes never left the spectator box. He could hear noise up there now, but still the dread persisted. Nothing else to be had for it, then. He waded in, arms swinging. Rip and tear. 0.0, 0.0. She couldn't protect the children. The thought pained Willow as she fought through Colgrim's men. And as she fought, the storm raged around her, rendering her foes little more than frozen ruins. Her power was one of cold, of ice and frost, and while she wielded it to devastating effect against her enemies, it rendered the world around her a wasteland. Huntsmen and huntresses could barely endure such, but Cinder and the children just couldn't survive a blizzard. Crow and Tai would have to look after them. Kaylee yelped a warning. "Move!" A dagger danced in Willow's peripherals. She buffeted it aside with a gust of air, only to gasp as something struck her shoulder and wrenched it out its socket. Pain blazed through her. She clamped down on it and kicked away, whirling on a curtain of air to face her foe. For a wild moment she thought it might be Hazel. She didn't know anyone else who struck that hard. But no. Reynard was taller, larger, and this was a woman. Short though she was, she could see her shape beneath the crimson robes well enough. A strange mask etched with a red jewel and black lines hid her face from view, but not so her golden hair, nor her voice. "You will die here, maiden." The words were muffled, almost indistinct beneath the hardened porcelain. "Today, you and your child." "Is that so?" Willow straightened with her grunt. "And here I thought you lot didn't have a brain cell between you." I do not serve these imbeciles. She heard the faint click of a tongue. They have been a useful smokescreen, but I obey a higher power, one who knows you. Air stilled in Willow's throat. Her mind began to race. Salam. They'd assumed Colgrim and his idiots worked for her. But what if they didn't? Was she using them? Taking advantage of the chaos, Willow drew herself upright, eyes flashing like ice. To the outward eye she said nothing, did nothing. Her eyes blazed with cold blue flame. Internally she marshalled her strength, mustered her might. The masked woman regarded her intently, unaware of the minefield she'd blundered into. No last words? Her lips quirked in a small smile. I can think of one no too, actually. Thank you. A pause. What? You like to hear yourself talk, don't you? She gripped her shoulder and popped it back into place. To monologue. Most villains do. Talk, talk, talk. Naruto was right about that much. The wind picked up around them, a faint keening sound rising with it. Your kind just loved to hear the sound of your own voice, and you gave me all the time I needed. Then the world became a blizzard. 0.0, 0.0. They're being awfully noisy over there. A stray Mystic Dawn grunt craned his neck towards the Colosseum, considering it as one might a wild beast. Very noisy indeed. It sounded like a massacre over there. Meh. His companion shrugged. Not on our pay grade, Mark, so long as they kill the Schnee. About that, I've been thinking, man. Are we on the right side of things here? His ally tilted his head. Do you doubt the word of our goddess? No, it's just... Why are we doing this, man? Is this a trap? That's what they want us to think. Maybe. What was that whistling noise? Mark looked up, squinted against the harsh sunlight. The hell was that? Sal. The masked Faunus looked up into the sky, frowning now as a faint whistling noise reached his ears. His comrades frowned with him. The hell is that? Was it a bird? A plane? No, it was too damn high up. Tations! His eyes widened behind the mask. Oh, fuck me. The last thing he saw was green eyes and long flowing red hair. Then, quite simply put, the earth erupted in a scorching hail of napalm. 0.0, 0.0, they'd gotten separated. Cinder cursed herself for every second of it, whirling and slashing like a wildcat. Crow had been lost somewhere in the melee. Taiyang was bogged down by a particularly burly brute. Roman was fighting for his life against some slender fellow she didn't recognize. A fist cracked out, and Sienna went down with a squeal of pain, clutching her face. Cinder's world went red. She pivoted. Her half-sister had an ugly wound across her face, and Roman was giving as good as he got, but they were kids for crying out loud. They weren't meant to fight adults, and numbers had a quality all their own. It didn't matter how skilled they were for their age. Roman didn't have half their training, and he was flagging. A single hostage would damn them. She took a hit she knew she shouldn't have, on that nearly brought down to her knees. Her eyes flashed with flame. Burn! Power rushed out of her, maiden magic howling to the fore. Uncontrolled, unpracticed, freshly gained. It was enough. Blazing blue flames born from equal parts rage and desperation lashed out like whips, scouring all before them. Bodies hit the floor, smouldering away. It didn't stop the tide. Roman went down with a yelp, clutching his arm. Sienna lost her whip. A sword swept in from her side. She saw her reflection in its blade. Too close. She closed her eyes, unwilling to see her end. It never came. Steel struck steel. She heard a shriek, then blood splashed her face. It wasn't her own. Good evening, children. A familiar voice cooed behind her, causing her open her eyes. Your parents sent me to retrieve you. My, what a mess you've made. A body hit the floor. Once again, it wasn't hers. Cinder knew that voice, and the maddened giggling that chased it, the merry cackle that had cultists cringing back by the dozens. A hand seized the scruff of her neck, lifted her, dropped her on Roman's prone form, or rather his back. The boy groaned beneath her. She barely heard him, only managing a half-hearted apology. It was all she could muster when her attention was already elsewhere. Attacking the children of a god. A familiar tail wagged, swaying side to side in her blurry vision. Have you no shame? Or self-preservation? Really, that's quite mad, even for me. A cultist raised their blade. Who the hell are you? Naruto's follower bowed, low and deep at the waist. Why, friends, my name is Tyrion. Someone gulped. Tyrion Kalos. He rubbed his hands together. Oh, the very same. Nonsense. It can't be him. Don't be intimidated. Silence stretched between them, a brief pause. Unfortunately, it didn't last. "You're a faunus!" one cried. You should be siding with us, not these brats." Callows thumbed his chin and nodded, humming his agreement, make a fair argument. "Allow me to offer my counterpoint." His hand snapped forward. His wrist blade barked once. A body fell. "Any arguments?" Silence reigned. "Really, as far as I'm concerned, you're the heretics here." Tyrion sauntered forward, eyes flashing violet. "Blasphemers and traitors all. You don't worship the true God that is my lord. He offers you his mercy and you spit in his face like the rabid dogs you are. And what happens to bad dogs?" Sienna raised a ragged cheer from where she lay. "They get punished?" "Quite so," Tyrion tutted. "Don't you worry, little cat. You'll be right as rain after this. Uncle Tyrion will fix you right up." "Yay?" Well, well, well. The leader of the cultists was either dumb or dense, perhaps both even, because he didn't realize his peril. "Looks like we've got us a volunteer, boys." 100 lean to the maggot who blows his bloody brains out. Someone fired at Tryon. He deflected the shot with his chitinous tail, twisted his head around, and giggled. "Gentlemen, that's no way to treat a guest." Someone else swore. "Fuck me, that really is Tyrion Callows." "You know my name." "What fun, what fun." The madman clapped his hands. He was still clapping when a pair of wicked knives came flying out each of his sleeves. "I believe it's my turn now, Tilda." A single leap, and he was among them. Cinder jerked to her feet. There was no need. It wasn't a fight. To call what followed a fight would have been a gross exaggeration. It was a slaughter, butchery at its finest. Tyrion became a mad whirlwind of death, ripping and tearing with reckless abandon. Hardened men and women who hadn't fled from Naruto before did so now to his acolyte. Those his blades didn't find fell to his stinger, gurgling as their lungs filled with poison. This man was a killer. It was so easy to forget, to fall for his jovial nature and be fooled by his silly smiles, the jests and japes. But now the knives came out. Thank the gods he was on their side. Or, well, God, really. Wouldn't do to upset their minder. And I thought Dad was crazy. 0.0, 0.0. They'd cornered Colgrim. It had been surprisingly easy. Almost suspiciously so, Naruto found. "I'll kill you. Do you hear me? You and your little whores." As if he could afford me. Raven tutted, wrenching him off her blade. Colgrim howled. "I will not die here." "My goddess shields me." "She shan't let me." Raven slammed a heel into his chest and sent him crashing through a wall. Naruto whistled after her. "Shut up!" She stalked after him. "There are no gods here, only monsters. Honestly, you're such a disappointment." A pistol snapped up. Fired. She deflected every shot, much to his dismay. "Why won't you die?" "Filth! Heretic! Unbeliever!" "That's right." Branwen spread her arms, wearing a shit-eating grin. "Like you, I don't care how bloody my hands get, so long as those kids remain clean. Does that make me a hypocrite? Perhaps?" She swatted away another shot, humming as the pistol finally clicked empty. "Unfortunately, it also makes you a dead man." Colgrim ripped a horn from his belt. "This isn't over." Raven quirked a brow. "One last trick before you die, then?" "Go on, show me." "I don't think so." Naruto disagreed. "Couldn't be anything good, that." He stepped in and grabbed at the zealot. "We're taking him in." Raven caught his wrist. "Wait, I want to see what happens." He balked at her. "Are you insane?" "No, I'm bored." Her grin held an edge he knew all too well. "I came here for entertainment, not to slaughter a bunch of weaklings. Don't you want to see what he's been keeping up his sleeve all this time?" Naruto scowled. "No." He ripped his arm free and rounded on Colgrim. Too late. The lunatic blew out a single sharp note, a sound so deep it had them covering their ears. 2 now. What would happen when he hit 3? He didn't want to find out, but gods above the noise. He staggered forward through the pain and grasped at the horn. It cracked in his grasp. Not quickly enough. A third and final bleat rattled his ears and Colgrim slumped, grinning like the lunatic he was. "It is done." The mountain above Menagerie shattered. One moment it was whole. In the next, it wasn't. A great beast burst forth from the mountainside, clawing its way out free with slow, lurching movements. Molten lava streamed down its back, running in rivulets down the mountain, and he realized with a start that Menagerie's mountain wasn't a mountain at all, but a dormant volcano. At least it had been. No longer. Bloody thing sure looked active now. Larger than anything he'd ever seen, the newborn monster spread its wings and howled to the cloudy skies, luxuriating in its freedom as it tore free from the cradle of its birth. Even then, it took Naruto a moment to realize what he was looking at. After all, he'd never seen one before. 4 limbs, scales of a deep purple bordering on violet, a long neck and tail to match, to say nothing of that horned head and those great gaping jaws. No, the beast spread her wings, casting the arena in shadow, and cried out once more, rattling the very aisle. Well, that settled it then. There could be no doubt about it. Is that a freaking dragon? It wasn't even a Grim, but an honest-to-goodness dragon. Who the hell sealed a dragon in a volcano? He hadn't signed up for this. Screams went up from the cultists below. Praise be. She is reborn. Burn the non-believers. Naruto grabbed a fistful of Colgrim's coat. What did you do? It's too late now. The lunatic grinned at him through broken teeth. Long has she slumbered, but no longer. She has heard our prayers, and now she has come. She shall cleanse this world in holy fire. Without me and the horn, there shall be none to control her. His words trailed off. Because the dragon wasn't moving. Naruto craned his neck back. Raven joined him. The beast was just watching, waiting, observing them. A round bounced off the dragon's skull. Naruto never knew who fired it. Whoever did damned them. He felt a pang of anger, outrage from the beast. Watched now as its long neck swung back, further back still. Raven readied her sword. You have got to be kidding me. Naruto yanked her backward, heard the dragon exhale. Their world erupted into fire. Chapter 25. Yes, a dragon, Neo. A honest-to-goodness dragon. Damn thing was sleeping in a volcano. Eh? What's that? What did we do? I didn't do shit. I wasn't fighting a dragon. The boss, well, you won't believe what happened next. Tilda, talk quick. Future. Wake the dragon. Everyone's scattered. What else could they do? Wasn't every day a dragon popped out a mountain, you know? Nor was said dragon the only thing they had to concern themselves with. Molten rock rained down from the still erupting volcano, creating an entirely different sort of hazed, crushing cultists, pelting buildings, even spraying into the sea. Thankfully, it was the stadium directly below the mountain that took the brunt of the disaster. Colgrim's insanity saved them on that front, in emptying the arena of all but those who were loyal to him, and driving away those who weren't. He had unwittingly spared most of the island from danger. Most, not all. Shadow clones truly proved something of a blessing in that regard. He disliked the idea of revealing his gifts to the public, but with hellfire literally raining down on their heads, he didn't have much choice. Colgrim's bombs were effectively neutered now. With no reason to hold himself back, it was a small matter to swarm the streets of Menagerie and evacuate any remaining civilians to a safe distance. Kurama rumbled a laugh as he swept a daughter into her mother's arms. Someone's going to be popular once this over. He wasn't looking forward to that. Everyone had only just got over his stunt in Atlas. For better or worse, the eyes of the world would be on him again after this. As if they weren't already. Everyone started watching you the moment you met Willow. Fair. It was too much to hope they wouldn't see the spectacle that followed. As much as he might dislike it, Colgrim had forced his hand in that regard. No point in crying over spilled milk now. That's no ordinary dragon. We sure that thing's not a Grim. He came back to himself just in time to hear Summer's question. He wasn't sure where the rest of Team's TRQ had gone. Probably wrapped up in the mad melee back in the arena with Tyrion and the Belladonnas. He was sure the former would keep the kids safe, at least. A glacier absolutely burst behind him, raining down bloody ice. Yeah, not going near that. Willow was taking her anger out on the cultists. Rightfully so. Ain't black and white, ain't a Grim. Raven touched a hand to Omen's hilt. He didn't much like the glint in her eyes, or the fact she'd let this happen. We gonna kill it anyways? Might make a good trophy. Naruto wasn't sure they should. It sounded angry, and it was, but the emotions he felt from it weren't those of some malevolent beast, but a startled animal lashing out. Poor thing hadn't been doing anything until someone shot it. They had no idea how long the poor beast had even been sealed in there. Decades? Centuries? Longer still? To just kill it simply because it was in the way, because it was the easier thing to do. I'd be grumpy too if someone woke me up after a long nap like that. No, Summer balked. Eh? Raven rolled her eyes. Oh boy, here he goes. I don't know, it seems kind of sentient. He smacked a fist into his palm. That settles things. I'm going to talk to it. She must have seen the look in his eye, because she tipped back Crow's hip flask. When had she gotten if off him? And took a long drink to fortify herself. You're going to do something stupid, aren't you? He beamed, remarkably. Willow. Another tower of ice bloomed back in the arena. What? Gonna need you in 5 minutes. He didn't wait to hear her response before pivoting. And one last thing. Raven. She turned a red eye on him. What? Thunk. Her head snapped to the side, bearing a throbbing red handprint on her cheek. Never, he hissed, lowering his metal hand. Endanger civilians like that again. I don't care how bloodlusted you are, or how badly you want a good fight. You want a brawl? You fight me. You don't let some psycho blow a magical horn for shits and giggles. If I see you pull a stunt like that again, I'll tear strips out your hide. She turned away from him with a huff. Fine, sure. I get it. You're pissed. Sorry. No, she wasn't. Naruto's temper sparked, and he stepped to her with a scowl. Can't hear you. He pinched her still stinging cheek. Louder. Ow! All right. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. He grabbed her other cheek and yanked. Louder! I'm sorry, she slurred. See that you are. He let her go and turned to face the dragon, even now extricating itself from the mountain. This conversation is far from over. Wait. Summer sputtered, thrusting herself between them. You are not taming a dragon. No. Absolutely not. Even you can't. Are you even listening? Come back here. No dice. He was already walking. Look after the kids. Oi! I ain't a babysitter. Naruto waved over its shoulder. I'll pay you in cookies. Why you... He didn't pause to listen to her, not with his objective in sight. He hurtled headlong at the beast. What kind of weaknesses did a dragon have anyway? He'd never fought a real one before, and this was clearly a beast apart from a normal worm. Blasted thing was glowing now. One could argue that its wings were the greatest threat. If it got free of the mountain, it might well fly off the terrorized Mistral's mainland. He'd have to ground it here. But how? Well, guess it's trial and error then. He skirted a stray blast of flame and caught a stray bit of broken building as he blitzed upward. His fingers bit down into the stone, dragging it after him. Stolid and heavy enough for his purpose. It would serve. The dragon didn't see him coming. How could it? Damn thing was too big for its own good. A gleaming golden dot meant no more to it than any would a human. No, it definitely didn't see him coming, but it certainly felt the boulder smash against its snout. It rounded on him with an outraged shriek, aware of his presence at last. That's right. His grin turned feral. Eyes on me. A shout echoed behind him. Almost sounded like Summer. Are you insane? Probably. May I? Happily. He clapped his hands together as he ran, palm to palm, finger to finger. You hold back the dragon. What are you going to do? Naruto hummed a little to himself. What I do best? Improvised Hilda. He hadn't let Kurama out since that disaster at the glass unicorn back in Altus, using him for a brief instant to hold up a crumbling building. Folks had seen him to be sure, but not many. Now there was no building to hide him, no distractions to draw the eye, no fire to see. His old friend roared into existence around him, looming large and in all his golden glory. Oi! Gira yelped somewhere below him. Kaylee proved far more vocal. What in oblivion is that? Validation! Tyrion's howl answered her and had him cringing in equal measure. My lord reveals himself at last. Right, the Belladonnas had never seen this before, had they? Raven flung up her arms. That's cheating. Shinobi, don't care. The dragon certainly didn't. It opened its maw and screamed. Guess I'm tanking this. Naruto shielded his face with an arm. Kurama mimicked the motion. The flames were certainly bright, powerful to be sure, but at the end of the day, it was only that. Power, raw, unfocused. It didn't have the wherewithal to focus on him fully, nor did it think to focus its heat into a tight cone of flame to scorch him. And he had been burned by far worse than this. He barreled through. Was it his imagination, or did the dragon look surprised just now? Kurama hit a moment later, slamming into the dragon with such force that he accidentally ripped the beast from Menagerie's mountain. Down they went, tumbling across the beach and into the ocean. For two titans such as these, the waters near the isle may well have been a shallow pool. Calling it a contest would have been an insult. There was never any doubt as to the outcome. There never had been. However large and powerful it might be, the dragon had only just awoken from a long slumber, or hatching. He wasn't sure. Had the mountain been its egg? If so, it might even be a newborn. It was certainly acting like one. No strategy, no tactics, only mindless feral rage. Weren't dragons supposed to be smart? This one certainly wasn't. "You gonna stop?" he snarled at it. "Or do I gotta calm you down the hard way?" The worm screamed fire in his face again. "I know it hurts." Naruto smiled, uncaring as the heart singed his whiskered visage. "Scream all you like. I'll take all that anger and blow it away." His wrist flicked out. A funnel opened in his wrist. The fire sizzled out, drawn inward, leaving his false limb glowing a bright cherry red. He thrust his arm forward, and quite suddenly the dragon found itself face to face with its own flames. They didn't so much singe as they did startle the beast. Its long neck reared back in anger. His earpiece squawked with Arthur's outraged voice a heartbeat later. "I didn't think you'd use that to absorb dragonfire. Are you trying to melt your arm?" A blonde rose. It worked, didn't it? Yes, well. His wrist clicked again, and a web of heavy metal wire burst forth to ensnare snaring the beast's maw. "Direct hit!" It made an outraged noise and clawed it away an instant later, but he had expected as much. It had bought him a moment of time. Better yet, it was wary of him and distracted by its grapple with Kurama. That was all he needed. Willow whistled below the beast's bulk. Right on time. "Over here!" With a shuddering hiss, the dragon glared down at her. Its jaws parted, ready to unleash hell. The Winter Maiden tutted back and snapped her fingers. Bad dragon. A geyser of blue ice burst forth to entrap the dragon's front feet. It didn't stop there and shot up its limbs, rooting it where it stood. The beast squealed its displeasure and lashed out like an angry child, beating its great wings for all it was worth. Wind kicked up and storm swept forth. Or rather, it tried. A massive golden fist slammed down on the back of the beast's head, grabbed its long neck, and forced the worm down. Another squawk of outrage filled the air, but this time it wasn't given the chance to rally. Firm tails of light wrapped around its great bulk and wrestled it into stillness, forcing its hind legs to buckle. Soon enough, the rest followed. The instant it sought to rise, Kurama snarled at it. "Sit." Remarkably, the dragon sat. Good girl. Chapter 26. What? Is this the end? No, Neo. You'd think things were sorted on Menagerie. But they weren't. Nope, not yet. Not by a long shot. Tilda Talkwick, future. Welcome to the world, good dragon. Nice dragon. She certainly was. The massive beast trilled once and lowered her head to the beach with a pleased purr, humming contentedly now as Naruto scratched her chin. Almost made him think of a kitten. A gigantic flying fire-breathing cat that had come screaming out of a mountain for fire and blood, sure, but a cat nonetheless. Her head was bigger than him for crying out loud. Hard to believe they'd been fighting only a few hours ago. "You're just a big softy, ain't ya?" He cooed at her. "You didn't mean to hurt anyone." The dragon laid her head down on the sand and folded her wings down with a low rumble. Yep, definitely purring. It wasn't even trying to fight him anymore. He'd utterly cowed it into submission. He wasn't entirely sure if that was a good thing or not. It also begged the question, now that he'd beaten her, what the hell was he going to do with her? On a whim, he thrust an open hand at the eldritch beast. "Papa!" The dragon instantly slapped a giant claw into his palm. Good girl. He plucked a particularly large fish, more a shark really, from the basket at his feet and tossed it her way. The dragon snapped it up instantly, giant jaws closing around the fish with such force that she bit its tail clean off and left it flopping at his feet. From there, she craned her neck to give him a sidelong glance. Although she lacked the capacity of speech, the gesture spoke volumes. Still hungry, eh? His lips twitched ever so slightly when she made a mewling noise. Practically pleading with him, she was. All right, one more. Roll over. Remarkably, the dragon did just that, righting itself with startling speed for a creature so large, and opened her mouth. Well done. He upended the entire basket into Andraste's waiting jaws. Here you go. You've earned this. He tried to ignore the awful crack that followed as her powerful jaws crunched down on today's catch. Poor fish. They never stood a chance. Not yet satisfied, the dragon's tail began to wag, threshing out great amounts of sand from the beach. Within moments, she'd kicked up a localized sandstorm. Naruto held up a hand to ward it away. Hey, hey! He coughed as gritty grains peppered his face. Stop that! No more natural disasters. The giant dragonling complied at once. Huh. Naruto lowered his ims. Didn't think I could actually train a dragon. Now what are we going to do with you? Things had not quite settled down on Menagerie in the last day, but they were calmer. Once he'd bested their so-called Andraste, the surviving cultists had given up soon thereafter. Kurama's appearance had rattled them to be sure, but breaking their dragon likewise broke them. A few of them even knelt and screamed his praises, much to his chagrin. He could already feel a migraine coming on just thinking of it. Tyrion was bad enough, but at least he had his uses. This lot. Please tell me I didn't just start my own cult. Kurama grinned. All right, I won't. Still, we're going to need more fish. A familiar voice interjected breathlessly. Look, I brought more fish. Andraste caught the scent of and raised her head at once. Naruto joined her and did just that, craning his neck back. Sure enough, he saw Cinder hastening his way from the shallows, dragging 2 baskets of fish behind her, one to each hand. He could respect her sheer dedication, if nothing else. Nearly everyone else was off preparing for tonight's festivities, cleaning up the aisle or, barring that, actively hunting down the stragglers of Colgrim's cult. Team STRQ had taken to that task with relish. He pitied the survivors, but objectively he could see why they'd insisted on the task. Better for them to bring them in, as they had Colgrim. And besides, it would be good practice for the kids. Salutations! It is so sensational to finally meet you all. Penny, wait! Lungs! You gotta let 'em breathe. Roman groaned in her grasp. Why me? Naruto smiled at the fond memory. Alma. And by definition, the newly born Penny were little darlings that needed protecting. But likewise, they also needed real-world experience. Hopefully this would nudge them in the right direction. If Watts and Pietro could play nice, so could they. Right? Maybe. Hopefully. If it were him, he might just slaughter the surviving cultists and be done with it. He was fresh out of mercy for those fools. Not so little Cinder. She wanted to be here, with him, or more aptly with the dragon. His brave, fearless child. She plucked a fish from one of her baskets, a burnt tuna by the look of it, and walked right up to the dragon without so much as an iota of fear in her heart. Andraste loped to her feet, shaking the earth. Naruto sighed. Easy now. Make sure you don't lose a... The worm reached out and with startling gentleness nimbly plucked the fish from Cinder's fingers as one might a small child. Cinder hummed her appreciation and planted a fist on her hip. Good girl. Lay down, would you kindly? Andraste did just that. Another fish was offered and happily received. Cinder opened her mouth. No! Naruto cut her off at the pass. We can't keep her. His foster daughter adopted a decidedly mulish look. I wasn't going to suggest that, father. Oh-ho? Father? She waned to be formal, did she? 2 could play that game. Then what were you going to say, daughter of mine? She looked away with a huff. Never mind. Gotcha. He could have challenged her further, but chose not to. A part of him was curious to see what lengths she'd go to convince him. Still, she ventured on seeking another avenue of attack. Doesn't she at least deserve a name? Pretty sure she already has one. He quirked a blonde brow at their unlikely pet. Andraste, right? That's what they called you. The dragon snorted derisively, the act of which blasted their hair back. Cinder smirked. I don't think she likes that name. Yeah, no kidding. She may be a newborn, but she has power. His daughter stroked the beast's face with both hands and placed her head against its snout, drawing a high-pitched trill from her. A proper name is the least we owe such a gorgeous beast. It nosed closer, rubbing against her, and a rare giggle fled from her lips. She closed her eyes and matched the dragon's hum with one of her own, his brave, fearless little girl. You'd like that, wouldn't you? No normal name for you. Someone of your stature deserves something grand indeed. Naruto held his tongue and let her ponder it. Golden eyes snapped open. Cyrax. The word rolled off her tongue. The dragon perked up. Cyrax, Cinder repeated, drawing the word out for her to hear. That will be your name now. Do you understand? The dragon tilted her head, considering her with a giant slitted iris. Leaned forward now and meep! Cinder squeaked as the great beast lunged forward and licked her with its long tongue, all but slathering her in drool. She warded off another attempt with a sputter only to falter and hold on for dear life as their resident dragon thrust its snout into her face and nearly knocked her down. Curious choice. Where'd you get that name? Read it in a book. See? Even soaked as she was, Cinder's smile radiated childish pride. She likes it. Stop, he said again. I know what you're thinking. Her face paled. No, you don't. Yes, I do. And he did. She'd said the words just a little too quickly there. We can't bring her to Atlas. Where would we even keep her? We have resources. We can build her an enclosure. And then what? He hated to rain on her parade. Really, he did. But someone had to be the realist here. Dragons hate the cold, Cinder. Would you keep her in a cage? There are mountains in Atlas. Caves! Surely we could find a place for her. What would she eat? Another hole in her argument. We don't even know what she is, let alone where she comes from. We can't leave her here, she railed at him. The people of Menagerie fear her. She'll be killed within a week. Or she'll kill them, Cinder continued with implacable patience. You saw how she takes to being attacked. She does have a point. Leave it to Kurama to torment him. Our scaly friend here could wipe out the entire island if she anted. Likewise, killing her himself wasn't an option. This was an innocent creature that had been slumbering in a volcano for, well, forever. It hadn't asked to be awoken, let alone unleashed upon the world. Killing it solely for the sake of convenience just smacked of casual cruelty. He liked to think he hadn't fallen that far yet. However much he might have hardened his heart to battle, he wasn't about to butcher something to make a point. Syrax trilled a wordless question. Please, 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 Papa. Cinder saw his weakness and pounced now, desperately clasping both hands before her face, golden maiden fire flashing from her eyes. I'll never ask for anything again, I swear. Right. Had to deal with that now too. They didn't know which maiden she was, but between spring, summer and fall, he could hazard a guess as to which season she embodied. Only one resonated with dragons. Fire had ever been Cinder's element after all, even with her semblance. No, now wasn't the time to think of that. They could focus on their training once they made the journey back to Atlas. For now, he palmed his face. I can't believe I'm even considering this. Cinder didn't move. She didn't even breathe, for fear of tipping his decision the other way. He could still sense her anticipation. She'd never wanted something so badly as she did in this moment. Taking in a dragon would be a massive undertaking. Yet they did have the resources for it, did they not? Ironwood would no doubt have questions, as would others. And yet, she will be your responsibility. Yes! Cinder slammed into him and latched onto his waist, for once acting her age. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not done. He patted her head. I expect you and Sienna to take care of her. Roman too. This is a big responsibility, Cinder. Don't go offloading your work onto Penny or Alma, you hear? Roman? A quizzical look flashed across her face, followed by comprehension. He's coming back to ATAs with us, isn't he? Naruto granted her a rueful grin. He is. He just doesn't realize it yet. Cinder's grin was euphoric. Do you hear that, girl? She turned and stroked Syrax's long neck. You're coming with us. I'm going to ride you someday. Now there was a terrifying image. When the hell did you get this stubborn? We are Schnee. It falls to us to lead, to be better. Like you said. He chuckled and patted her head, mussing her hair. You sound just like your mother. Cinder preened and hugged him again, burying her face into his hip. I learned from the best. 0.0. 0.0. Ironwood wasn't looking forward to this. He knew it needed to be done, just as the call had to be made. Staring at the screen only made his nerves worse. In the end, he gave in and pressed the button. Credit where it was due, his benefactor picked up quickly. Hello, James. The face that stared back at him within the monitor seemed grainy, made blurry by distance and poor reception, yet the audio came through crystal clear. To what do I owe this sudden call? Ozpin. No point beating about the bush, then. Hazel has escaped. James watched the words hit Ozpin like an avalanche. Even through a video call, James could read him well as ever. He watched his face fall, his shoulders droop, an almost invisible weight bowing his back, and knew he had nothing to do with this. It had seemed a silly suspicion at the time, yet one could never be too sure. Nevertheless, he was glad to be rid of it now. How did this happen? He received a visitor shortly after Uzumaki left for Menagerie. The Grimm descended shortly thereafter. Neither were found. That is unfortunate. Ozpin looked to his mug, raised it, then seemed to think better of for a moment. Eventually, he withdrew a silver flask from beneath his desk and upended it into the cup. Only then did he drink, and he did so deeply. He is an implacable adversary. Salem will doubtless make good use of him. We do not have proof it was her. His fellow headmaster heaved a sigh. Who else would have the resources or the gall to extricate him in broad daylight? James clapped a hand to his face. He won't get far. That is my hope. Ozpin leaned back in his chair. Anything else to report? James considered telling him. He really did. Cinderschnee was a maiden. He'd seen the footage sent his way by Pietro, and summarily deleted it. Had it been any other kingdom, such wouldn't have been possible. Fortunately, or unfortunately as some might say, Menagerie wasn't a kingdom. They thankfully lacked a CCT tower. That was the sole reason this fiasco wasn't aired across the world. Word would get out sooner or later, but for now, did he dare speak up? Ozpin was a good man, but by his own admission he'd made many mistakes. Too many. If he knew Uzumaki had another maiden in his family, he'd want them under his thumb. That would be a disaster, and not for the reasons one might think. Naruto would fight tooth and nail to protect those he loved, and that fiery little girl was right there near the top. They didn't even know which maiden she'd inherited. Winter was quite obviously accounted for, and likewise, Willow Schnee was grown woman and quite untouchable due in no small part to her connections, but an impressionable child was another matter. He didn't think Ozpin would go so far as to kidnap a child, but one could never be sure. Nothing at this time. He loathed himself for the lie even as he said it. How fares Vale? He asked instead. Well, a careworn smile was his reward. The current full maiden is getting a bit on in age and looking to train up a successor. She's had no luck yet. Full was still secure then. James stored that tidbit away for later. Willow was the winter maiden, which only left spring and summer in the wind. Should he ask Leonardo? No? Best to keep his cards close to his chest. Leo was not the man he'd once been. He had his doubts. Personally, he thought she might be Summer. The irony of the name wasn't lost on him. She'd shown an alarming affinity for fire. I'll leave you to it then. He feigned a smile he didn't feel. Do keep me posted. Rest assured I will. Farewell, James. With a soft click, the screen went black, leaving Ironwood to slump at his desk. Should Ozpin learn of Cinder, he would want to keep her close, or worse, in Beacon. Naruto would never stand for that. No, he reaffirmed his decision. He would hold his tongue for now. His old friend might be hurt by such a revelation, but he would understand in time. Silence, as they say, was golden. Surely this was for the best. He would understand. 0.0. Night had fallen on Menagerie. Summer revelled in it, the merrymaking, the madness, the simple release from the chaos of a long day. As far as the people of Menagerie were concerned, between those cultists and that dragon, they'd survived the apocalypse. Only natural that they celebrate, really. She wasn't one to partake, of course. No, she lived vicariously through others. Yup, better to nurse one drink and stay sober than drink yourself into oblivion. Drinking and partying aplenty in Crow's case. His efforts against the cultists hadn't gone unnoticed. Not by that faunus girl Naruto dropped in his lap, and certainly not by Taiyang. Raven was even more merciless by comparison. Would you look at that? My baby brother's got himself a girlfriend. She gonna pop your cherry? Quit it, Ray. He struggled against the arm slung round his shoulders to no avail. It ain't like that. Tell it to the bunny, bird boy. She keeps making eyes at you. She's got a point there, but not you too, Tai. As team leader, Summer knew she should help Crow. Should, but wouldn't. As far as she was concerned, this was revenge for all the times he'd teased her. She took another sip of her beverage, some fruity cocktail Carly had recommended her, and restrained a giggle as the younger Branwen found himself dragged towards a certain bunny. Heh, she giggled a little. Turnabout's fair play, Birdbrain. She was still watching him squirm when a finger tapped her shoulder. May I have a word? Sure, she pivoted thoughtlessly. What's up, all the blood drained from her? Willow had cornered her at last. Hello, Summer. Drink in hand. Water, thankfully. The winter maiden smiled back at her. In hindsight, Summer knew she would cotton on eventually, just as she knew she couldn't avoid her forever. She liked to think she'd done a decent job of it, dodging the question all this time. And really, Willow looked good. Positively glowing, really. I'd like you and yours to keep quiet about what you saw here today. Meeping intensified. About what? You know perfectly well what. The maiden. In exchange, She paused for a moment, considered something. Naruto. You care for him, don't you? I've seen you skulking about. Who? Me? Summer's voice rose in a nervous squeak. No, no, no. Oh, gods, her face was so warm right now. You've got it all wrong. All right, more like. I'll just be going. An ice wall sprang up to bar her path, even as she turned to flee. She smacked right into it. A hand took her by the shoulder and spun her round. Pivoting, she found Willow smiling softly. Odd. Wasn't she angry? Willow leaned in until her forehead touched hers. Let's talk about these feelings of yours. 0.0, 0.0. It was time to leave. Roman knew it was coming when the dawn arrived, knew his happy little dream couldn't last forever. Nothing good ever did. It was a fact of life. No matter how hard you tried to cling on to anything, it slipped through your fingers sooner or later. But he wished it wasn't so soon. He tugged at his hat as they reached the landing strip. So I guess this is goodbye, huh? What are you talking about? Naruto quirked a pale eyebrow at him and jerked a thumb over his shoulder to where their vessel awaited. Get in. Roman's brain fizzled. Come again? You. Ship. Now. Naruto spoke each word flatly, but there could be no hiding his smile. Unless you'd rather ride Cinder's dragon. She's keeping that thing. Most girls want a pony. Cinder isn't most girls. He was stalling, he knew. Trying to make sense of it all. It was a strange thing to be wanted. He'd almost forgotten what it felt like. Well, if I'm staying in that case. Roman flung himself at Raven's feet. Train me! Her jaw clicked open. Huh? Why me? Because you're a certified badass. Naruto howled with laughter. Enjoy your new apprentice. She glared bloody red daggers at him. I will end you. Promises, promises. Tyrion raised a hand. Can I have an apprentice too, my lord? Sure you can help me train Sienna. The poor girl whimpered. Why me? 0.0, 0.0. Time waits for no one. Neither man nor woman nor child. She marches on silently, steadily, relentless, until one day she bears new life. Welcome to the world. Time 0.0, 0.0. On a cold winter night, much like her namesake, Winter came into the world. Welcome to the world, Winter-tilled. She was born with glowing blue eyes and chakra. Naruto cooed at her, grinning as she giggled up at him from Willow's arms. Well, aren't you special? How little he knew. Her birth would change everything.